we are not going to talk about kings or popes or great battles fought over crowns. Tonight, we are going to talk about something far more terrifying to the average medieval person than any war: falling in love. Because somewhere between the plagues, the endless prayers, the mud, and the chickens wandering through every courtyard in Europe, ordinary people still fell for each other. They still got nervous. They still wondered if the person they liked them back. And they had to figure all of that out in a world with no phones, no privacy, and almost no say in who they would marry. So tonight, settle into bed, dim the lights, maybe let a fan hum softly in the background, and let your mind drift back 700 or 800 years into a world of stone castles, muddy villages, watchful mothers, and love that had to survive being negotiated like a business deal. Before you drift off completely, if you are the kind of person who enjoys long, slow journeys through history like this one, consider subscribing. And if you feel like it, leave a comment telling us where in the world you are watching from tonight and what time it is where you are. It is always interesting to imagine all the different corners of the world someone might be listening from as they fall asleep now. Close your eyes if you like. You do not need to watch. Just listen. And let's begin. Picture yourself standing in the middle of a small medieval village. The air smells like wood smoke and wet hay. Somewhere nearby, a cow is complaining loudly about something. You are young, and you are curious about love, the way young people always have been. But here is the problem. Nothing about how you imagine dating today applies here. There's no walking up to someone at a market stall and striking up an easy conversation. There is no complimenting a stranger's cloak and hopping for a smile back. If you are picturing candlelit dinners or long walks where two people slowly get to know each other, forget it. That is not how any of this works. In the medieval world, romance in the modern sense barely exists. You do not choose who you fall for and then pursue them. Instead, your parents, your local lord, or even a church official have most likely already begun deciding your future for you, long before you have any say in the matter. If you were born into a noble family, this process probably started before you could even talk properly. Noble children were frequently betrothed while they were still small, sometimes barely out of the cradle. It was entirely possible, and not even unusual, for a noble bride and groom to meet each other properly for the very first time on their own wedding day. Try to imagine that for a moment, standing in front of a priest, exchanging vows with someone whose face you are seeing clearly for the first time in your life for nobility. None of this was really about affection. It was about land. It was about titles. It was about which family's banner would now be tied to which other family's fortune. Whether the bride and groom actually liked each other was, at best, a pleasant bonus. At worst, it simply never came up. If you were a peasant instead, things loosened up only slightly. Your family still had enormous influence over who you would marry, but the reasoning shifted a little. Instead of land and titles, it became about survival. Maybe your parents heard that a neighboring family had a daughter who came with a sturdy dowry, perhaps a few animals and some linens. Maybe they noticed a young man in the village who could repair a roof, or plow a field without much trouble. That, in many cases, was enough to start the wheels of courtship turning. None of this means medieval people did not feel real romantic longing, because they absolutely did. Poems, songs, and letters that survive from this era make that painfully clear. It is just that romantic love was rarely allowed to be the main reason for marriage. Falling in love before a wedding was seen as risky. Falling in love with someone other than your spouse after the wedding was seen as outright scandalous. The safest place for love, according to medieval society, was tucked quietly inside an arrangement that had already been approved by everyone except the two people actually in it. And yet, people still dreamed. A young villager might scratch a clumsy line of verse onto a torn scrap of parchment. Someone might steal a longer look than necessary across a crowded market square. Somewhere, someone was probably falling for a person their family had never approved and never would. But for the most part, in this world, you learn to wait, to obey, and to keep your feelings to yourself, because in medieval society, love might belong to the poets, but marriage belonged to parents, priests, and politics. Let's slow down here and really sit inside this feeling for a moment. Imagine you have noticed someone. Maybe it is the way they carry water from the well without spilling a drop. Maybe it is how patiently they work beside their family in the field. Your heart does the same thing hearts have always done. It skips. It flutters. But before you let yourself get carried away, medieval reality steps in and asks a very blunt question. What exactly do you bring to this arrangement if you were a young man hopping to marry? Having a charming smile or a talent for storytelling meant very little on its own. What mattered far more was whether you had land, livestock, tools, or a home sturdy enough to survive a bad winter. A declaration of love written in beautiful language was nice, but 2 healthy oxen and a roof that would not collapse in a storm said far more about your suitability as a husband. If you were a young woman, your family was expected to provide a dowry. This might be coin, clothing, household goods, or livestock, such as geese or goats. It did not matter how clever, kind, or witty you were personally. If your family could not offer a reasonable dowry, your chances of marrying well shrank considerably, and you might find yourself spending long, quiet years perfecting needlework instead of building a household of your own. Now imagine this. You actually do meet someone who makes your heart race. Your eyes meet across a well, or a market stall, or a church doorway. It feels enormous. It feels like the beginning of something. And then reality intrudes again. Because unless your 2 families are roughly equal in wealth and status, that spark means almost nothing in practical terms. You might as well have fallen in love with a passing cloud. For nobility, the stakes climbed even higher. A noble's hand in marriage was tied directly to land boundaries, political alliances, and the shifting balance of power between rival families. A noble young man or woman was not simply a person with feelings. They were, in a very real sense, a walking treaty. Even among peasants, practicality ruled. You did not marry because of butterflies in your stomach. You married because your family's pig pen happened to border someone else's wheat field, and combining the two made survival easier for everyone involved. You might dream of passion, but in reality, you often settled for shared irrigation rights, and still people tried. A young man might offer a small carved spoon, a handful of wild berries, or a mug he had made himself, even if it came out slightly lopsided. Sometimes the gift was met with a smile. Sometimes it was not. But underneath all of this practicality was a quiet truth. In medieval courtship, economics played the role that flirting plays today, and love, if it came at all, was something you simply hoped would grow afterward. Now let's leave the villages and fields behind for a moment and step into the world of knights and castles. Suppose you are not a peasant worrying about livestock, or a noble negotiating treaties disguised as marriages. Suppose you are a knight. You wear polished armor, you ride an impressive horse, and your poetry, frankly, needs some work. What does love look like for you? Welcome to the strange, emotionally exhausting tradition known as courtly love. This was not dating in any sense we would recognize today. It was closer to theatrical performance, part flirtation, part elegant suffering, and almost entirely impractical. As a knight, you would choose a noblewoman to admire from a respectful distance, often a woman who was already married to someone else. You would vow to adore her silently, faithfully, and crucially, without ever acting on it physically. That would ruin the entire arrangement. Instead, you were expected to suffer beautifully. You might compose verses praising her graceful laugh, or comparing her hair to sunlight, which, in the flowery language of the time, mostly meant that she had hair and had not personally insulted your family. You would wear a token of her colors into tournaments. You would sigh dramatically. You might even challenge another knight to a joust simply because he had looked at her a moment too long. The lady, for her part, was expected to accept all of this devotion with practiced, icy composure, warm enough to seem flattered, distant enough to seem untouchable. She might respond with a letter, a small token, or perhaps a ribbon, but for the most part, her role was to remain mysterious and unreachable. That mystery was, in fact, the entire point of the exercise. The emotions involved were enormous. The actual physical contact was almost non-existent. If you were fortunate, you might receive a subtle nod across a crowded hall, or feel her fingers brush against your gauntlet during a feast. Anything beyond that risked turning courtly love into something far more dangerous, a real scandal, or worse, an accusation of adultery. And officially, at least, nobody wanted that. This entire elaborate system worked only because everyone quietly agreed to treat it as make-believe. It gave people, especially those trapped in loveless arranged marriages, a socially acceptable outlet for longing, devotion, and creative frustration. It was, in many ways, a medieval pressure valve. Was it dramatic? Constantly. Did it involve more poetry than practical action? Almost entirely. But for a knight caught between battles and long stretches of boredom, Courtly love gave him something meaningful to write about, and someone worth writing it for. Just do not expect a happy ending, or even a proper kiss. Now suppose you have actually fallen for someone, and you want them to know it. This brings us to one of the strangest communication systems in medieval history, the token. Think of it as the 12th century version of texting, except slower, far more confusing, and wide open to being completely misread. Say you are a knight, hopelessly infatuated with a noblewoman we will call Lady Marguerite. You cannot simply approach her and speak your feelings aloud. Her confessor seems to intercept every letter you attempt to send. So what do you do instead? You send her a glove, or perhaps an embroidered sleeve torn carefully from your own clothing. Nothing, apparently, said, "I am in love with you," quite like mailing someone a piece of your wardrobe. And if you were the one receiving such a gift, congratulations. You now owned a slightly worn piece of fabric and the emotional burden of figuring out exactly what it meant. Was it a declaration of love? A request for a favor at the next tournament? Some kind of formal proposal? Nobody could say for certain, and that ambiguity was almost the entire point. Women exchanged tokens as well. A ribbon, a lock of hair, a small pendant. These gifts felt sentimental, but they were also strategic. Handing your ribbon to the wrong suitor could suddenly mean you were considered spoken for by someone entirely unsuitable. Tokens were meant to be subtle. A glove pinned discreetly to a chest. A ribbon tied quietly around a sword hilt. Everyone in the room usually understood exactly what such a gesture meant, yet nobody would openly say so. Ambiguity offered protection. If questioned, you could always claim the item simply appeared on your doorstep, scented faintly with lavender, entirely by coincidence. For commoners, the tradition was simpler, but no less heartfelt. A carved piece of wood, a handkerchief stitched during a rare, quiet evening. It still carried real emotional weight, just with a bit more mud and callus involved in the making. Tokens carried genuine risk too. Give one to the wrong person, and rumors could spread through an entire village within days. Receive one you did not want, and you faced the delicate task of returning someone's belongings without insulting their entire family line. Still, in a world that left very little room for open romantic expression, these small objects mattered enormously. They were quiet proof that feelings existed, even when no one was permitted to say them aloud. Now, imagine you have finally gathered the courage to speak with your crush directly. Perhaps you offer a small flower. Perhaps you recite a fragment of poetry that you absolutely did not memorize from a traveling performer earlier that week. You are ready for a private, intimate moment. Unfortunately, you are almost never truly alone. Welcome to the constant, quiet surveillance that defined medieval courtship. If you were a young woman of marrying age, you were rarely permitted to simply go for a walk. Instead, you went for a walk accompanied by a cousin or an aunt who seemed to judge your posture from several paces away. Even a simple task like fetching water from the well came with an audience. Someone, somewhere, was always watching. Courtship often resembled quiet espionage more than anything resembling modern dating. If you were a young man hopping to court someone properly, you needed approval not just from the woman herself, but from her entire family, the local priest, and, in smaller communities, the informal network of village gossip. Arrive at her home with flowers, and you might find her father standing nearby, sharpening some tool with unnecessary focus. Her mother might be stirring a pot that has not actually needed stirring in hours. And somehow, the village priest always seemed to be passing by at exactly the right moment. The reasoning behind all this supervision was simple enough. Communities wanted to protect a young woman's reputation, preserve family honor, and prevent any unsanctioned physical contact, especially before marriage. Chaperones existed to monitor even the most innocent interactions. Group outings were carefully supervised, and sitting together on a bench was only acceptable if someone's grandmother happened to be nearby, quietly knitting and pretending not to listen to every word. The church, naturally, had opinions on all of this as well, and no shortage of them. Clergy regulated courtship, the way a strict doorman regulates entry into a private hall. Priests delivered sermons warning against the dangers of flirtation, and some even wrote lengthy treatises on the moral risks of romantic behavior. Some monasteries reportedly opened private letters simply to check their content for anything improper. If you wanted to fall in love in this world, you had to learn to do it quietly, patiently, and almost always in front of an audience that included your entire extended family, and quite possibly the watchful eyes of the church as well. Now, let's talk about the secret love letter. Without question, one of the most dangerous pieces of parchment a person could possess in the medieval world. Second, perhaps, only to an actual excommunication notice. If you found yourself deeply in love, but surrounded constantly by chaperones, priests, and watchful mothers who seemed to materialize out of thin air, writing became your only real outlet. But you could not simply write, "I like you." That would have seemed embarrassingly plain. Instead, you were expected to reach for the most elaborate, most poetic language imaginable. You might write something closer to, "My heart wanders like a wounded deer through the forest of longing, forever chasing the light of your presence." It sounds absurd today, but at the time, it was simply how sincere affection was expressed on paper. Of course, this assumed you could write at all, which was far from guaranteed in medieval society. Literacy was a privilege, not a given, especially among peasants. If you were fortunate enough to read and write, you would carefully compose your message on a scrap of parchment or vellum. And if you were feeling particularly devoted, you might scent the paper with dried flower petals or a touch of perfume. This required caution, however. According to popular stories from the period, one unfortunate suitor accidentally wrapped a fish in his carefully written love letter and delivered it to entirely the wrong household. As the story goes, the two ended up married anyway, so perhaps it all worked out in the end. Once the letter was written, the real challenge began: delivery. you could not simply hand it over in public. You needed a trusted courier, perhaps a loyal servant, a bribed monk willing to look the other way, or a younger sibling who did not fully grasp the seriousness of what they were carrying. In some cases, a traveling musician might even be persuaded to sing your carefully composed verses in the town square, performing them as though they were simply an old, anonymous song, while you watched nervously from a safe distance, praying nobody guessed the truth. This was, without exaggeration, a genuinely risky endeavor. If your carefully chosen metaphors drifted even slightly toward anything physical, you risked more than embarrassment. You risked being accused of both improper desire and excessive poetic exaggeration in the same breath. And yet, despite every risk, people continued to write. Some of these letters have survived for centuries, tucked away in archives and private collections. Some poems were copied by hand and quietly passed from person to person, treated almost like forbidden literature. In a world defined by rigid social roles and constant supervision, a small folded piece of parchment carrying honest feelings could feel like a genuinely revolutionary act. So you wrote. You took the risk. You pressed a trembling hand against the parchment and tried to say everything you were never permitted to say out loud. Just be careful not to sign your name too clearly. The goal, after all, was romance, not a formal hearing in front of the local church court. Now, every so often, medieval life offered a rare pause from endless work, prayer, and quietly suppressed feelings, a festival. Perhaps it was a harvest celebration, a religious feast day, or a springtime gathering with music and dancing. On these days, flirting was, in a strange sense, socially permitted, so long as nobody looked too closely, or everyone simply pretended not to notice. Welcome to the world of medieval festivals, where romantic possibility bloomed briefly under the watchful eyes of practically the entire community. Festivals represented one of the very few socially acceptable moments where young men and women could mingle freely, laugh together, and remarkably, make direct eye contact without immediately drawing suspicion. There was music playing, there was ale flowing, and there was almost certainly someone wearing a flower crown with far more confidence than the situation strictly called for. For once, the atmosphere did not feel entirely weighed down by obligation and supervision. If you were a peasant hopping to catch someone's eye, you might try to impress them by winning a foot race, successfully catching a greased pig at the center of a cheering crowd, or simply managing not to fall face first off a hay bale, which honestly counted as a small personal victory in its own right. Dancing offered your very best opportunity for actual physical closeness. The steps themselves were rigid and carefully prescribed, but a well-timed spin or a hand graze that seemed just a touch too deliberate to be accidental could communicate more than any carefully written letter ever could. Traditional festival dances often became, in practice, elaborate excuses for coordinated flirtation, dressed up in ribbons and plausible deniability. If you were noble, your version of festival flirting looked somewhat different, involving considerably less hay and considerably more poetry. You might compose a short verse on the spot, comparing your beloved's eyes to glowing candlelight, or offer a small trinket, ideally not one that was obviously crafted by your own servant only minutes earlier. Food played its part as well. Offering your beloved a small meat pie or sharing a piece of honey cake carried real romantic weight. If they accepted your offering with a genuine smile, things were going well. If, instead, they quietly handed it to a nearby dog, it was probably time to reconsider your approach entirely. But even during these brief moments of joy, someone was always watching. A parent, a priest, a talkative neighbor eager for fresh gossip. One small misstep, and your innocent smile could become the subject of hushed conversation at church for the next several weeks. Still, for just a few precious hours, people could pretend they lived in a slightly different world, one where love did not always feel like a transaction, where laughter was not automatically treated with suspicion, and where dancing in public did not carry the faint threat of quiet penance afterward. Now, let's step away from knights, nobles, and festival crowds for a while, and imagine instead that you are simply an ordinary villager. You rise each morning alongside the cattle and go to bed not long after the chickens settle for the night. Most of your day is spent, quite literally, ankle deep in mud. You are not searching for some poetic soulmate who will write you sweeping declarations of love. You are searching for someone who can milk a goat calmly, without dramatic complaints about the weather. Welcome to the practical, grounded world of peasant courtship, where romance was modest, gestures were simple, and true compatibility often meant little more than believing you could survive a harsh winter together. In this world, courtship was less about long, meaningful conversations and far more about shared daily labor. You might notice someone you liked simply because they worked hard, rarely complained, and, as it was sometimes bluntly put at the time, still had most of their teeth. That, in many cases, was essentially the entire checklist. You were not being overly picky. You were being realistic. You did not need dramatic sparks or grand romantic gestures. You needed a reliable partner who could clean a fish without much fuss, and who, ideally, did not snore loudly enough to wake the entire household. So how exactly did you show someone you were interested? Mostly through small, practical gifts, a basket of fresh eggs, a bundle of dry firewood, a particularly good turnip pulled from your own garden. If you were feeling especially bold, perhaps a hand-woven ribbon or a carefully carved wooden spoon. There was something quietly touching about a spoon patiently whittled by candlelight, even while your family's pig watched the entire process with visible judgment. Conversations tended to happen naturally during shared chores. Perhaps you walked together toward the village mill, chatted quietly while tending sheep in a nearby field, or exchanged a few pleasant words while shoveling something that smelled distinctly unpleasant. Nobody was reciting elaborate poetry in these moments. You were discussing the weather, this season's crop yields, or whether old Thomas had once again managed to fall into the village well. And yet, in its own understated way, there was real tenderness in all of this. A quiet sweetness lived inside the simplicity. A shared life built not on grand romantic ideals, but on genuine cooperation, mutual respect, and the small, steady comfort of knowing someone's strengths, weaknesses, and exactly how fast they could run if a goat suddenly broke loose. Proposals, when they finally came, tended to happen quickly. If both of you were willing, and both families approved, a marriage often followed within a relatively short time. Perhaps you moved into a small shared home, or perhaps, with help from neighbors, you built a modest new one together from scratch. You might have contributed your best blanket to the new household. They might have contributed a goat. Together, you began the quiet, ongoing work of simply surviving side by side. It was not glamorous by any modern standard, but there was an undeniable honesty to it. So you have found someone. You have exchanged gifts, survived the watchful eyes of chaperones, perhaps written a letter or two in flowery, exaggerated language. Now comes the moment that ties everything together, marriage itself. And in the medieval world, marriage was not simply a romantic vow exchanged beneath the stars. It was, above all else, a binding legal contract, often negotiated with all the warmth and sentimentality of a livestock sale at the local market. If you were a peasant, your wedding was still a significant event in your life, even if it lacked the grandeur associated with nobility. You would gather a small group of witnesses, speak with the local priest, and do your best not to stumble too badly over the unfamiliar Latin phrases woven into the ceremony. But behind the gentle blessings and the shared meal afterward lay a very real, very practical checklist. What exactly made up the dowry? Who held rights to which strip of farmland? What would happen to the household if one spouse died unexpectedly during the busy planting season? Romantic, in its own peculiar way, but undeniably practical. If you belong to the upper classes, prepare yourself, because your marriage was about to become a full-scale legal negotiation involving far more people than just the two of you. Your parents were involved. Their parents were involved. The presiding priest was involved. A scribe was present to formally record every detail. Perhaps even a distant cousin who had once studied a bit of law joined the discussion, eager to offer an opinion. Meanwhile, the actual bride and groom often stood quietly to the side, looking appropriately composed, nodding politely whenever someone addressed them directly. You might not have even met your future spouse before this point. Your family had already calculated the practical benefits. Perhaps your estate needed access to her family's fertile fields. Perhaps her dowry would help settle long-standing family debts. Perhaps, quite simply, your two families' coats of arms looked visually impressive displayed side by side. Personal affection was at best optional. The formal alliance being created was absolutely not. And once you were married, in the eyes of both church and society, that bond was considered permanent. Divorce, in any form we might recognize today, essentially did not exist. annulments were technically possible, but only under very specific and difficult to prove circumstances, perhaps demonstrating that one spouse had been underage at the time, that the two of you were secretly and closely related, a surprisingly common complication among interconnected noble families, or, in especially difficult cases, proving that the marriage had never been properly consummated at all, a fact that sometimes had to be confirmed formally and uncomfortably under oath. If you were noble, the stakes climbed even higher. Your marriage was never merely personal, it was political. Attempting to escape an unhappy noble marriage risked triggering a family feud, sparking a public scandal, or, in more extreme cases, contributing to the outbreak of a minor regional conflict. It was often considered far safer to simply endure quiet resentment, sleep in separate chambers, and attend separate feasts whenever possible. So what did genuinely unhappy couples actually do in a world offering essentially no legal escape route? For the most part, they endured. Silent dinners became routine. Feelings were expressed through dramatic sighs, or channeled quietly into embroidery, or perhaps into unusually intense participation in psalm singing. Passive resistance became, in many households, an unspoken second language. Affairs did happen, of course, sometimes discreetly, occasionally quite openly. Nobles sometimes maintained secret romantic relationships. Peasants occasionally grew suspiciously close to a helpful neighbor. The church condemned such behavior loudly and often, but condemnation rarely stopped it entirely. It simply encouraged people to become more skilled at concealment. For women specifically, escaping an unhappy or even dangerous marriage proved especially difficult, even if a husband was cruel, violent, or had simply disappeared entirely. Society generally expected a wife to remain loyal, quiet, and outwardly devout, regardless of her private suffering. And yet, despite everything working against them, some couples genuinely did find their way towards something resembling real partnership. Shared responsibilities, raising children together, surviving one harsh winter after another. These experiences had a way of slowly building real affection, or at the very least, a deep and practical form of mutual tolerance, which, in the medieval world, was not so very different from love itself. Now let's consider what happened when a marriage came to an end, not through annulment, but through the far more common cause, death. Perhaps illness took your spouse. Perhaps it was a farming accident. Perhaps, as sometimes recorded in local stories, it was something as absurd as tripping over a loose goose in the dark. However it happened, you were now a widow or a widower, and quite unexpectedly, the medieval romantic landscape opened back up in front of you. Being widowed in this era carried a strange, complicated kind of freedom. Not complete independence by any modern standard, but noticeably more autonomy than most people experienced before. For women in particular, widowhood sometimes brought genuine opportunities, managing land directly, making independent household decisions, even speaking more openly in community matters without being immediately silenced. If you were relatively young, and still in reasonably good health, remarriage often followed quickly, sometimes remarkably quickly. Formal mourning periods existed, but so, quite understandably, did basic survival instincts. A widow who held land, and no husband to manage it, was often viewed as an extremely appealing prospect. Suitors tended to appear with surprising speed, some driven by genuine affection, others rather transparently drawn to her livestock and property. If you were a widowed man, community expectations often pushed you back toward remarriage almost immediately. After all, someone needed to manage the household, prepare meals, and help raise however many children you had accumulated along the way. So you began looking once again, perhaps toward the baker's unmarried daughter, or a quiet widow known throughout the market for her unusually excellent cheese. Interestingly, romance within second marriages sometimes proved surprisingly genuine and sweet. By this point, you were older, more experienced, and no longer being pushed blindly into a political alliance. You were, in many cases, actively choosing a companion to face life's remaining hardships alongside, and sometimes, remarkably, you actually liked them. Naturally, certain expectations still applied. The church generally frowned upon remarrying too quickly after a spouse's death, and widows often had to carefully negotiate financial matters with extended family regarding inheritance and dowries. Still, second marriages remained common and were widely accepted as a practical, even expected, part of medieval life. Existence itself was often short and unpredictable, and winters could feel unbearably long. Very few people wished to face them entirely alone if they had any reasonable alternative. Now, before we leave the subject of medieval romance entirely, let's briefly touch on something equally fascinating: the superstitions surrounding who you were even permitted to love in the first place. Because in this world, romantic compatibility was not simply a matter of personal feeling. It involved astrology, birthmarks, complicated family trees, and even the casual observation of local wildlife. Long before any formal courtship began, some people consulted a local monk skilled in astrology. Were your astrological signs considered compatible? Was a particular planet positioned unfavorably at the time? Had your potential partner been born under what was considered an unlucky moon? If so, according to popular belief, it was often wiser to look elsewhere entirely. Love, apparently, faced enough obstacles already without additional celestial interference. Then there were birthmarks, believed by some to carry hidden meaning, perhaps identifying a person as destined for a particular fate, romantic or otherwise. Beliefs surrounding these signs varied considerably from region to region, and were often applied rather flexibly depending on the situation. The church, meanwhile, maintained its own very strict requirements. Marrying a cousin, or even a more distant relative, required special formal permission, which wealthier families could sometimes simply purchase, taking advantage of certain accepted legal exceptions. Before pursuing a serious relationship, it was often genuinely necessary to trace out a fairly detailed family tree, and then, in some cases, quietly ignore or downplay a few uncomfortable branches. Social status carried enormous weight as well. A noble falling in love with a peasant was widely viewed as either a small miracle or a serious moral failing, depending entirely on who was telling the story. Romance crossing such clear class boundaries was rare, often scandalous, and typically only became socially acceptable much later, transformed safely into the subject of a tragic folk ballad. And then, of course, there were the omens. A raven flying overhead while you happened to be thinking about someone was widely considered a troubling sign. Dropping food during a meal while glancing toward your crush suggested, to many, an ill-fated match. Some people even reported burying small protective charms beneath a doorstep, either to guard against unsuitable suitors, or occasionally to quietly work against a rival's chances. In this world, romantic love was never viewed as purely personal. It involved the stars overhead, respected church doctrine, the unpredictable weather, and quite often, a mysterious older woman living somewhere at the edge of the forest, who almost certainly was not a witch, except in the eyes of many villagers, she almost certainly was. And yet, despite every rule, every omen, every watchful chaperone, and every carefully negotiated contract, people in the medieval world still fell in love, clumsily, bravely, often against every piece of advice available to them. Because whether it is the 14th century or today, the human heart has always been, in its own quiet way, wonderfully disobedient. Let's return now to something we touched on earlier, but which truly deserves a much closer look: the economics sitting quietly underneath every medieval marriage. Because in this world, love was pleasant when it happened, but a dowry, now, that was considered genuinely romantic in the eyes of most families arranging a match. Suppose you are a young bride preparing for marriage. You are not simply beginning a new life with a partner. In many very real ways, you are being sent off almost like a small, carefully packaged economic investment. Your family spends considerable time and effort preparing your dowry. This might include coin, livestock, land, fine linens, perhaps a cow or two, depending on how generously your family valued you. And if your relatives were feeling particularly generous, even a set of pewter dishes thrown in for good measure. All of this was formally transferred to your future husband, who accepted both you and your accompanying wealth with open arms, and quite often, a mind already calculating exactly how everything would be managed going forward. Now flip that entire scenario around. In certain regions and cultural traditions across medieval Europe, it was not the bride's family providing goods at all. Instead, families practiced what was known as a bride price. In these cases, the groom himself paid the bride's family directly for the honor of marrying her, essentially saying, in practical terms, "Here is a horse, a cloak, and a few pigs. Now I would like your daughter's hand." Romantic, in its own uniquely medieval way, the underlying point remained consistent either way. Someone was always paying someone. You were getting married, and somewhere in the process, a very real financial transaction was taking place. These exchanges were never purely about wealth changing hands. They also communicated status, expectations, and in many communities, an unspoken public statement about a family's standing. An unusually large dowry might signal that a bride came from a particularly prestigious or wealthy household. A noticeably smaller one might quietly suggest that her family was eager to see her married off quickly, perhaps due to financial strain, or occasionally due to rumors about her temperament or reputation. As the bride herself, you typically did not retain direct personal control over your own dowry. Once married, it became part of the shared household economy, generally managed by your husband and technically protected under local law, though not always protected from being carelessly spent on dice games or ale within the first few unfortunate months of marriage. If the marriage ended, whether through death, annulment, or a husband simply wandering off to join a monastery during some sudden midlife crisis, the dowry could, in theory, be returned to the wife or her family. In practice, however, actually retrieving it often proved just as difficult as pulling a legendary sword from solid stone. Success typically required strong family support, solid legal standing, and ideally, someone within the family who could read and understand the necessary documents. Meanwhile, in regions practicing the bride price tradition, that payment functioned almost like purchasing something rare and valuable, expensive upfront, and offering absolutely no possibility of a refund. It was intended to compensate the bride's family for the practical loss of her labor and presence within their own household. After all, someone still needed to milk the sheep, and it certainly was not going to be her new husband. So while genuine affection occasionally found its way into these arrangements, in the vast majority of cases, careful financial calculation stood quietly at the very center of the altar. Now let's imagine a different path entirely. Perhaps marriage simply was not available to you. Maybe you were a younger son with little inheritance to offer. Maybe your family's dowry proved embarrassingly small. Or perhaps, quite genuinely, you found yourself drawn toward a life of quiet religious devotion. Either way, you have entered a monastery or a convent. Congratulations, in a sense. You have now formally taken vows of poverty, chastity, and at least in theory, complete disinterest in romantic love. And yet, here you are, standing inside a quiet stone cloister, surrounded by candle smoke, gentle silence, and quite unexpectedly, the surprisingly warm eyes of a fellow member of your religious community. Yes, even behind carefully guarded monastery walls, forbidden affection occasionally found a way to bloom. To be entirely clear, romantic feelings within a religious order were very strongly discouraged. Discovery could result in physical punishment, formal exile, or a lengthy, uncomfortable lecture delivered in stern Latin phrasing. You had, after all, formally sworn your heart entirely to devotion, which meant, quite explicitly, giving it to no one else. But human hearts have never been particularly obedient creatures, and sometimes quiet prayers began to sound remarkably similar to love poetry. Often it began innocently enough, passing bread to one another during a shared meal, a quiet whispered comment during evening prayers, sharing a brief, slightly too enthusiastic laugh when someone accidentally dropped a hymn book during a solemn service. Before very long, perhaps you found yourself quietly tucking a small piece of extra cheese into a fellow monk or nun's satchel, and beginning to question everything you thought you understood about your chosen vows. Some members of religious communities wrote genuinely passionate letters to one another, carefully disguised as purely theological reflection. A phrase like, "Your presence shines like a guiding light through the darkness of my quiet contemplation," might sound appropriately holy on the surface, unless, of course, someone paused to read between the lines. And many people did exactly that. Inevitably, scandals emerged from time to time. Secret meetings held quietly within the herb garden, private confessions that strayed noticeably beyond strictly sacramental matters, and occasionally the deeply uncomfortable discovery of a member of a religious order showing unmistakable signs of pregnancy. Punishments in these cases tended to be severe: formal exile from the community, extended public penance, or reassignment to a distant, isolated abbey known mostly for its sheep and prolonged silence. Still, not every one of these quiet stories ended in disgrace or heartbreak. Some couples genuinely managed to escape together. A small number were formally released from their vows and went on to marry openly. Most, however, eventually returned to their religious communities, quietly embarrassed, outwardly recommitted, insisting the entire episode had simply been an unusually passionate theological discussion. Because in the end, monastic life was fundamentally built around discipline and restraint. But even inside robes, and even within enforced silence, people remained undeniably human, and sometimes a single quiet glance exchanged across a candlelit chapel felt far more thrilling than any tournament or any carefully composed courtly poem. Now, let's imagine one final romantic scenario before we move away from courtship altogether: the noble elopement. Suppose you have simply had enough formal contracts, enough exhausting negotiations, enough feeling treated like a particularly valuable sack of grain being traded between families. You are noble by birth, but for once in your life, you want to marry purely for love, not for land, not for family lineage, not to satisfy your father's latest political ambition. Congratulations, you are very likely about to cause a significant scandal. A noble elopement was, in many ways, the medieval equivalent of deliberately setting your entire family tree ablaze, and then quietly dancing in the resulting ashes. Choosing to marry someone entirely of your own selection was never simply viewed as personal rebellion. It was widely interpreted as genuine political sabotage. Imagine, for a moment, that you are a noblewoman already formally promised to a wealthy neighboring lord for the sake of securing valuable estate lands. But instead, you have fallen deeply and unexpectedly in love with a penniless young squire, someone who smells faintly of horses and long days spent training in the courtyard. You begin meeting secretly, whispering quietly together inside the stables late at night, until finally, one day, you simply disappear together, traveling toward a distant monastery where a sympathetic abbot happens to owe your family a personal favor. There, in a ceremony of questionable legal standing, you are married, witnessed only by a visibly nervous young monk, and according to some surviving accounts, a pair of wandering chickens who happen to be present. Back home, the reaction is nothing short of chaos. Your family is furious. Your father is reportedly threatening to lay siege to your new husband's family garden, which, while dramatic, was rarely a genuinely serious military threat. Your mother sits quietly weeping into her embroidery. The church expresses deep, formal concern. And meanwhile, throughout the surrounding villages, the gossip spreads with absolutely delicious speed. If you happen to be the groom in this particular romantic rebellion, do not get too comfortable just yet. In the best possible outcome, you manage to keep both your new bride and your own physical safety intact. In the worst possible outcome, you risk formal excommunication, and in especially severe historical cases, far more serious physical consequences. And yet, remarkably, some couples genuinely did get away with it. If undoing the marriage would have caused even greater embarrassment or political complication than simply accepting it, families sometimes chose, with a heavy collective sigh, to quietly move forward. After all, what was already done was done, and at the very least, nobody involved had actually died in the process, hopefully. In certain rare cases, these dramatic elopements eventually transformed into genuine local legends. Songs were composed, poems were written, stories were whispered quietly at banquets for generations afterward, tales of two nobles who had chosen genuine love over rigid duty, treated almost as mythological figures by later storytellers. And while it remains true that the overwhelming majority of noble marriages throughout this era were purely transactional in nature, these rare moments of quiet rebellion, of whispered vows, exchanged beneath moonlit towers, served as a persistent reminder that love, however inconvenient it may have been considered at the time, simply refused to disappear entirely. So the next time modern dating feels frustrating, whether it is an unanswered text message or an awkward second date that never quite happens, take a small moment of comfort. At the very least, your own romantic life almost certainly does not involve a secretly arranged wedding, a furious baron threatening violence, and a horse tied nervously to a ladder positioned just outside your bedroom window. Now let's leave behind the villages, castles, and quiet monastery gardens of medieval Europe entirely, and travel much further back in time, and much further east into the vast open grasslands of Central Asia. You have almost certainly heard of Alexander the Great. You have likely heard of Julius Caesar. But have you ever heard the story of the woman said to have severed the head of one of history's greatest conquerors, and then plunged it into a vessel filled with blood? Her name was Tomyris, and she did not rule from a golden throne inside some grand, high-walled city. Her royal court was the open sky itself. Her army was the wind sweeping across endless plains, and her authority came not from an inherited title, but from something far more difficult to obtain: absolute, unshakable command, earned through strength alone. She was queen of the Massagetae, a loose confederation of nomadic tribes who roamed the vast steppe lands of Central Asia. Picture skilled horse archers, warriors marked with intricate tattoos, elaborate ritual feasts held beneath open skies, and a rough, practical form of battlefield justice. Tomyris did not inherit her position of power through some pampered, protected court system. She rose to leadership through genuine grit, proven capability, and quite possibly an unmistakable, unshakable presence that made challenging her authority seem like a genuinely poor decision. Her people were remarkably tough, thoroughly accustomed to brutal winters, long seasonal migrations, and near constant threats from rival groups on every side. And yet, even among people already known for their resilience, Tomyris stood out clearly. She functioned as a warrior, as a lawgiver, and as a ruler entirely in her own right. No husband overshadowed her authority. No brother quietly guided her decisions from behind the scenes. Now, to be completely fair and transparent, much of what we know today about Tomyris comes primarily from a single ancient source: the Greek historian Herodotus, a writer not exactly celebrated throughout history for rigorous, careful fact-checking. But even if only a portion of his account proves accurate, Tomyris emerges as far more than simply another regional queen. She appears, in every sense, as an overwhelming force of nature given human form. At the very heart of her story sits an enormous looming threat: a rapidly expanding foreign superpower led by Cyrus the Great, founder of the mighty Achaemenid Persian Empire. Cyrus had already successfully conquered the kingdom of Lydia and had taken the great city of Babylon as well. Now, his ambitious gaze turned decisively eastward. The Massagetae stood next on his growing list of conquests, but Cyrus, it seems, badly underestimated exactly what kind of ruler he was truly dealing with long before the very first arrow was loosed, long before a single spear shattered against armor, and long before her son's tragic death changed absolutely everything. Tomyris was already quietly preparing for the possibility of war. Not because she personally desired conquest or expansion, but because she firmly, unwaveringly refused to accept submission. She was not simply defending a stretch of territory. She was defending an entire way of life that her people had built and protected for generations. And as Cyrus the Great was about to discover, there are certain queens you simply do not attempt to invade. Cyrus the Great carried an extraordinary reputation throughout the ancient world. He was not merely another regional king among many. He was, in every meaningful sense, a conqueror among conquerors, the kind of powerful ruler capable of marching confidently into ancient, well-defended cities, toppling entire established empires, and somehow still being remembered rather favorably by later historians. So naturally, when his ambitions eventually turned eastward toward the lands controlled by the Massageti, he genuinely did not expect meaningful resistance. After all, who would realistically dare oppose the very same man who had captured the mighty city of Babylon, almost without meeting serious resistance at all? Cyrus initially sent a formal, seemingly polite offer, because naturally, every accomplished conqueror throughout history tends to begin with a friendly smile before revealing sharper intentions. He proposed a formal political marriage between himself and Tomyris. Now, on the surface, this might sound like a genuinely romantic gesture, but Tomyris saw immediately through the thin diplomatic disguise. She understood clearly that this proposal had absolutely nothing to do with genuine affection, or even a fair political alliance. It was, quite simply, an attempt at total control. If she agreed to marry Cyrus, her entire kingdom would inevitably become just another distant province, absorbed into the growing Persian Empire, and she herself would become little more than a symbolic trophy wife. She firmly, decisively declined his offer. Cyrus, evidently unaccustomed to hearing the word no, did not take this rejection particularly well. If he could not successfully charm Tomyris into peaceful submission, he resolved instead to simply take her kingdom by direct military force. He led his forces across the Araxes River, the natural boundary separating his vast empire from Massageti territory, and successfully established a military foothold on the far side. But Tomyris, far from remaining passive, immediately began gathering her warriors, consulting closely with her most trusted tribal chiefs, and preparing decisively for what she now understood was fully unavoidable: open war. Then came Cyrus's calculated trap. Acting under the guidance of his experienced general, Harpagus, Cyrus deliberately left behind a smaller portion of his army, along with an extravagant, richly stocked camp overflowing with wine and rare delicacies, luxuries that nomadic warriors rarely had genuine opportunity to enjoy. Tomyris's own son, a young commander named Spargapises, led a detachment of warriors directly toward this seemingly abandoned camp to investigate. His forces raided the camp eagerly, seized the available supplies, and disastrously consumed far too much of the offered wine. The main Persian force then returned at precisely the right, calculated moment, catching Spargapises and his warriors dangerously intoxicated, badly disoriented, and completely unprepared for renewed combat. Spargapises and many of his men were quickly overwhelmed and captured. When news of this devastating defeat finally reached Tomyris, something inside her fundamentally shattered. This was never simply a military setback to absorb. and move past. It was deeply, unbearably personal. Her own son, her chosen heir, now sat imprisoned within Persian custody. She immediately sent Cyrus a direct, unmistakably clear message. Return my son to me, and withdraw entirely from my lands. If you refuse, I swear upon the sun itself, sacred master of the Massageti people, that I will personally ensure you receive your absolute fill of blood. Cyrus, however, chose not to listen. Overwhelmed by the shame of his capture, Spargipizes ultimately took his own life while still held within Persian custody. Tomyris had now lost her only son, and she was, without question, entirely prepared for total, uncompromising war grief, as history has repeatedly shown, carries extraordinary power on its own. But grief combined tightly with genuine fury creates something else entirely, an absolutely devastating force. When Tomyris learned that her son Spargipizes had taken his own life while held captive by Persian forces, something within her permanently changed. This conflict was no longer simply about disputed borders, wounded pride, or even preserving national independence. This had become full-scale war, thoroughly soaked in personal vengeance. And Tomyris was never a ruler inclined to grieve quietly. She did not retreat into private mourning robes, nor did she weep passively beside a small fire. Instead, according to surviving historical accounts, she mounted her horse directly, sharpened her own personal weapons, and swore a solemn oath that would echo throughout recorded history. She would meet Cyrus directly upon the battlefield. She would defeat him decisively, and she would ensure that he never, under any circumstances, forgot her name, even in death itself. According to Herodotus, Tomyris formally summoned her full tribal council. Under her direct command, the entire Massageti Confederation mobilized for war. Picture the scene vividly. Hundreds upon hundreds of mounted warriors, dressed in sturdy leather armor, wielding powerful bows and long spears, their faces marked with fierce, determined paint. They did not advance like a traditional Persian army, arranged in careful, disciplined formation. They moved instead like an approaching storm, swift, unpredictable, and devastatingly precise. This time, it was Tomyris herself who carefully set the trap. Cyrus, perhaps still overly confident following his earlier successful deception, significantly underestimated her resolve and determination. But Tomyris now understood his preferred tactics completely. She studied his previous movements carefully, patiently waited for exactly the right moment to strike, and then unleashed her full military force without hesitation. The two opposing armies finally clashed in what Herodotus later described as one of the single bloodiest battles recorded anywhere within the ancient world. There were no elaborate battlefield formations, no lengthy inspiring speeches beforehand, only the chaos of screaming horses, the relentless clash of blades, and a queen fighting directly alongside her own warriors. This was no distant, protected empress observing safely from behind. Tomyris rode directly into the thick of battle, cutting down enemy soldiers with focused, merciless determination. And when the dust finally settled across the battlefield, Cyrus the Great lay dead. Tomyris, ever theatrical in delivering her final justice, reportedly ordered his body located and searched. His severed head was placed inside a wineskin deliberately filled with blood and presented as a final symbolic offering. According to Herodotus, she addressed the severed head directly, declaring that he had thirsted endlessly for blood throughout his conquests. And now, finally, he could drink his complete fill. Whether every specific detail of this account is entirely accurate remains genuinely uncertain, and is almost beside the point, because what truly matters historically is this simple fact: Tomyris won decisively. She successfully crushed one of the most powerful empires of her entire era, thoroughly avenged her son's tragic death, and ensured that her name would be permanently remembered, not as a passive victim of circumstance, but as a genuine conqueror in her own right. And remarkably, this dramatic victory was only the very beginning of her lasting legend. The battlefield fell silent. The Persian forces lay dead, or were fleeing in scattered disarray across the plains. Their once legendary king now lay lifeless in the dust, stripped of all his previous conquests and glory. And Tomyris, remarkably, did not celebrate the way a typical conqueror might. She did not organize a triumphant parade through Persepolis. She did not commission coins bearing her own face to commemorate the victory. Instead, she simply stood quietly over the body of Cyrus, her vengeance now fully satisfied, though her heart, it seems, remained deeply broken. Victory, as it turned out, did not automatically bring genuine peace. The Massageti had won far more than a single decisive battle. In many important ways, they had permanently altered the trajectory of an entire empire's expansion. The sudden, unexpected death of Cyrus the Great sent immediate shockwaves rippling across the ancient world. In Babylon, throughout Egypt, and across every distant corner of Persian-controlled territory, rumors spread rapidly and with growing disbelief. The supposedly unstoppable king had finally fallen, and remarkably, he had not fallen at the hands of another rival empire, but rather through the fierce determination of a nomadic queen who possessed no formal throne, no grand palace, nothing beyond raw fury, unshakable resolve, and a devoted cavalry of warriors fully willing to ride into certain danger for her sake. And yet, despite achieving such an overwhelming victory, Tomyris chose not to exploit the moment for further territorial expansion. She returned quietly to her people, guided by the same practical, grounded mindset that had defined her entire approach to leadership. There were no new war taxes imposed. There was no attempt to seize additional Persian territory or expand her own imperial ambitions. She had never sought to claim the Persian throne for herself. That world of centralized imperial rule was simply never her own. Her justice, in her own eyes, had been fully served. Her son had been properly avenged. The Persian Empire could continue existing without Cyrus at its head, but it would clearly think twice before ever again riding eastward toward Massageti lands. It is genuinely worth pausing here to appreciate just how remarkably rare this restrained response truly was throughout ancient history. Most rulers, having achieved a victory of this magnitude against such a powerful empire, would have eagerly seized every available opportunity for further expansion and conquest. But Tomyris appeared far more genuinely concerned with preserving her own people's independence and traditional way of life than with expanding her personal reach or influence. And it is precisely here that her recorded story begins gradually fading from historical view. There are no surviving statues erected in her honor. No formal royal tomb has ever been discovered. No grand Massageti monuments carved permanently into stone have survived to modern times. She essentially rides quietly into the fog of ancient history, remaining just as elusive and untamed as the vast open steppes she once called home. Historians today continue debating whether Herodotus significantly exaggerated elements of her remarkable story. Some scholars argue that Cyrus may have actually died under entirely different circumstances, and that the dramatic image of a wineskin filled with blood was simply poetic literary invention. But even skeptical modern historians generally agree on one essential point. Someone genuinely dealt the powerful Persian Empire a severe, lasting blow. And notably, it was not accomplished by a rival king, nor by an opposing general. It was accomplished by a determined queen, a grieving mother, a woman whose fierce love for her son ultimately fueled one of the most dramatic reckonings recorded anywhere in ancient history. And her remarkable story, it seems, never actually needed to be permanently carved into stone. It has instead been carried steadily forward by something far less tangible and far more enduring, the wind itself. Because even today, when the wind howls steadily across those same open steppes, some still say it quietly carries her name. To genuinely understand Tomyris as a historical figure, it helps enormously to first understand the people she actually led. The Massageti were not a typical ancient civilization by conventional standards. They built no grand marble temples. They constructed no elaborate hanging gardens. They left behind no extensive scrolls filled with formal poetry or written history. They were instead a thoroughly nomadic warrior culture, living across the vast, largely untamed lands stretching east of the Caspian Sea. Territory generally considered far too harsh and unpredictable for traditional Persian governors or Babylonian scholars to easily control. Their entire world revolved around near constant movement, practical survival skills, and a deeply ingrained sense of personal and tribal honor. Picture sprawling, seemingly endless open plains without fixed borders, vast herds of horses and cattle functioning as their primary form of wealth and currency, and warriors who were quite literally raised from early childhood in the saddle. Children learned to ride skillfully long before they could walk with full confidence on solid ground. Archery was never treated as merely a competitive sport. It functioned instead as an essential, deeply ingrained survival skill. Their compact, highly effective bows were specifically designed for maximum lethality. Their protective armor consisted of layered leather and metal scales, flexible enough for extended horseback riding, yet sturdy enough to withstand the demands of sustained combat. They hunted regularly for food and resources. They conducted organized raids when necessary, and they fought fiercely and consistently to protect their hard-won independence. And notably, unlike many strictly patriarchal societies throughout the wider ancient world, Massageti women could, and frequently did, actively participate in combat. This was never treated as some rare or unusual exception. It was, in fact, a fully expected and accepted part of their broader tribal culture. Warrior women within Massageti society were not simply distant legendary figures. They were, quite literally, ordinary neighbors, sisters, and daughters. So when Tomyris herself eventually picked up a sword and personally led her people directly into battle, virtually no one within her own society considered this genuinely unusual or surprising. She was not attempting to imitate traditionally male roles, nor was she deliberately defying established social norms. She represented, in many important ways, the fully expected standard for capable leadership within her culture, simply sharper, more strategically minded, and considerably more dangerous to her enemies than most other regional leaders of her era. Massageti society placed tremendous value on physical strength and capability, but it equally valued fairness and communal justice. Serious crimes were punished harshly, though generally fairly and consistently according to established tribal custom. Property within the community was frequently managed collectively in various important ways. What ultimately mattered most was unwavering loyalty to one's tribe and a genuine, demonstrated ability to defend it when necessary. Kings and queens certainly held recognized positions of authority, but leadership generally operated through broad tribal consensus rather than absolute, unquestioned tyranny. Effective leaders were expected to prove themselves consistently through meaningful actions and accomplishments, rather than simply relying on inherited bloodlines or hereditary titles. Regarding religious practice, the Massageti were devoted sun worshippers. Tomyris herself, in her now famous formal warning delivered directly to Cyrus, swore explicitly by the sun, whom she described as the sacred master overseeing the entire Massageti people. The sun represented, within their belief system, essential life, guiding light, and ultimate divine justice, serving as the final judge overseeing all solemn oaths and promises. Breaking one's given word was therefore considered equivalent to openly defying the heavens themselves. In short, Tomyris was never truly an unusual anomaly within her own cultural context. She represented, in many genuine ways, the ideal embodiment of everything her own people already deeply valued: fierce determination, strong personal principles, and justified collective pride. She did not rise to a position of significant power despite being a woman. She rose to power precisely because she embodied exactly the kind of capable, determined leadership that the broader Massageti people had always genuinely respected and admired. While the neighboring Persian Empire relied heavily on complex administrative bureaucracy, the Massageti relied instead on genuine personal freedom. And within one brutal, ultimately history-defining military clash, that deeply held sense of freedom decisively held its ground against a far larger and more organized imperial power. Now here is something genuinely worth pausing on for a moment. Nearly everything modern historians know about Tomyris, her dramatic conflict with Cyrus, the tragic death of her son, the striking image of a severed head submerged in blood. All of it comes primarily from a single ancient historical source, Herodotus. Herodotus is frequently referred to today as the father of history, which sounds like an impressively respectable title, until one realizes that he is also sometimes informally called the father of exaggerated hearsay and dramatic embellishment. He clearly enjoyed a genuinely compelling story, and if that particular story happened to involve divine omens, gruesome revenge, or a queen dramatically presenting a severed head submerged in blood, all the better from a storytelling perspective. So exactly how much of the surviving account regarding Tomyris can we reasonably trust as historically accurate? That largely depends on how much confidence one places in a Greek writer, composing his account several decades after the actual events occurred, who almost certainly never personally encountered a single member of the Massageti people throughout his own lifetime. Herodotus relied primarily on second-hand accounts, travelers' informal stories, and various rumors actively circulating throughout the broader Persian Empire at the time. To him, historical writing was never intended purely as strict factual record. It functioned equally as a form of dramatic, engaging performance. But let's step back and consider the bigger picture here. Why exactly did this particular story spread so widely and endure for so long throughout the ancient world? The straightforward answer is that it genuinely contained every essential element of a compelling narrative. A noblewoman ruler, a tragic personal loss involving her son, a cunning, deceptive enemy, an intense battle fought to the death, and a suitably gruesome, dramatic conclusion worthy of any classical Greek tragedy. If you happen to be living in ancient Athens or Thebes and heard this particular tale recited by a traveling storyteller, you would almost certainly remember Tomyris permanently afterward. Not primarily because she wore a formal crown, but because she dared to directly challenge an overwhelming superpower and ultimately succeeded against tremendous odds. Over time, her story naturally continued evolving and transforming. Medieval chroniclers eventually portrayed her as a fierce, almost savage Amazon warrior figure. Renaissance-era artists frequently depicted her dramatically covered in blood, proudly holding aloft Cyrus's severed head as a symbolic trophy of ultimate victory. She became across these varying artistic interpretations, exotic, fearsome, and undeniably iconic. And yet, despite countless retellings across many centuries, something genuinely authentic continues to persist within her enduring legend. Perhaps not the exact recorded dialogue, perhaps not the precise literal wineskin filled with blood, but the fundamental core of the story, the grieving queen, the lost son, the devastating war, the ultimate hard-fought victory, feels far too specific and far too genuinely human to be considered pure historical invention. In the end, Herodotus did not merely preserve the memory of Tomyris for future generations. He actively helped mythologize her entirely. And while this process undoubtedly blurred meaningful lines between verified historical fact and dramatic embellishment, it also successfully ensured that her name would ultimately endure far longer than any of Cyrus's own official imperial decrees. Because history, as it turns out, often quietly forgets the names of countless generals, but it consistently remembers acts of profound, deeply personal vengeance. For a queen without a single surviving monument to her name, Tomyris has genuinely haunted the collective imagination of empires and artists for well over 2,000 years. Renaissance painters found her particularly irresistible as a subject. She offered a dramatic, powerful muse, perfectly suited for the bloody, climactic centerpiece of a large historical canvas. In the early 17th century, the celebrated painter Peter Paul Rubens depicted her calmly holding a severed head, while surrounding courtiers looked on with visible awe and horror. In another well-known artistic interpretation, she stands regal and entirely composed, while Cyrus's severed head is ceremonially lowered into a large golden vessel overflowing with blood. Tasteful by modern standards, perhaps not entirely. Memorable and striking, without any question, to many European artists working centuries later, Tomyris represented far more than simply a historical figure worth documenting. She functioned as powerful, layered symbolism given human form. A woman who decisively punished arrogance and excessive pride. A noble yet savage warrior. A cautionary tale about underestimating one's enemies. Or alternatively, a genuine feminist icon, depending largely on the personal perspective and intentions of whichever artist happened to be holding the brush at the time. She could simultaneously represent the righteous fury of a grieving mother, or, through a far more biased and prejudiced European lens, serve as a symbol of perceived Eastern barbarism. Or conversely, the wisdom of a ruler who firmly refused to be bought or manipulated through political marriage. Writers throughout history found her equally compelling as a subject. During the 18th and 19th centuries, she appeared repeatedly in stage plays, published novels, and serious philosophical writings. Enlightenment-era thinkers frequently debated whether her story ultimately proved that women were fully capable of wise, effective governance, or whether it instead served as a cautionary warning about allowing raw emotion to guide important leadership decisions. regardless of which particular interpretation prevailed among different writers. Her name and story consistently remained firmly in circulation. But curiously, and perhaps somewhat ironically, her own people, the Massageti themselves, left behind no lasting written records of their own. Over subsequent centuries, the Massageti gradually faded from active historical prominence, eventually absorbed into or entirely displaced by later nomadic cultures moving through the same general region. There are no carved stone inscriptions bearing her name, no elaborate burial mounds featuring golden plaques proudly declaring that Tomyris once ruled here. Her memory, remarkably, survived almost entirely through the perspective of outside observers. And yet, despite this significant limitation, she continued repeatedly resurfacing throughout later history. During the Soviet era in Central Asia, Tomyris was actively reclaimed as a powerful symbolic figure, representing resistance against foreign imperialism. Formal statues honoring her were constructed in various locations throughout modern Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. Contemporary scholars have since reevaluated her historical role, no longer viewing her simply as a bloodthirsty regional barbarian, but instead recognizing her as a legitimate and capable head of state, a woman who effectively ruled her people, personally led military forces, and negotiated confidently from an undeniable position of genuine strength. She has appeared across an impressively wide range of modern media as well, everything from historical documentaries to popular strategy video games. In one particular cultural context, she appears as a fully playable leader within a strategy-based video game. In an entirely different academic setting, her historical role is being seriously analyzed within scholarly journals focused specifically on gender and political power. That represents a genuinely remarkable range of lasting cultural influence. And here is perhaps the strangest, most fascinating detail of all. Historians today still do not actually know precisely what Tomyris looked like. No surviving coins bear her likeness. No ancient busts or carved statues from her own era have ever been discovered. And yet, we still clearly understand exactly what she represented throughout history: unshakable strength, justified vengeance, fierce personal autonomy, and an enduring cultural legacy. In a broader historical world that frequently tends to forget queens who quietly behaved according to expected norms, Tomyris continues to be vividly remembered precisely because she absolutely did not. She never specifically asked to become part of history's grand artistic gallery. She essentially kicked the door open herself and posed defiantly for what would become one of the single bloodiest, most memorable portraits ever committed to canvas. Tomyris was certainly not the very first woman throughout history to personally lead determined warriors into open battle, and she was most certainly not the last. But conventional history often tends to treat remarkable women like her as rare, isolated exceptions, brief, unusual flashes of genuine power, within an overwhelmingly male-dominated ancient world. The historical truth, however, reveals something quite different. Tomyris was actually part of a much longer, frequently overlooked lineage of capable women who rose to genuine power, specifically through military leadership and the sword. Let's briefly rewind slightly further back in history. Before Tomyris rose to prominence, there was Shamuramat, a powerful Assyrian queen whose remarkable historical reputation may have eventually inspired the later mythical figure known as Semiramis, famously associated with impressive city-building projects and the decisive suppression of internal rebellions. During roughly this same broader historical era, the Scythians, close cultural relatives of the Massagetae, are known to have buried notable female warriors alongside actual weapons, with skeletal remains clearly showing genuine, unmistakable signs of combat-related injuries. These were never simply symbolic or purely ceremonial burial practices. These women genuinely fought in real combat, sustained real injuries, and ultimately died fighting on horseback. Following Tomyris chronologically, several other notable warrior queens eventually emerged throughout later history. Boudica, the fierce Celtic queen who led a determined, fiery uprising directly against the powerful Roman Empire during the 1st century of the Common Era, is frequently and quite reasonably compared to Tomyris. Like Tomyris before her, Boudica's war was similarly sparked by a deeply personal tragedy and loss. Her own daughters had been brutally assaulted, and her ancestral lands forcibly seized by Roman authorities. Her devastating response involved systematically burning multiple Roman settlements completely to the ground. The parallels between these two historical figures remain genuinely striking. Profound personal grief, focused vengeance, and an overconfident occupying empire that completely failed to anticipate what was coming. There's also the remarkable historical example of Zenobia, queen of the ancient city of Palmyra, who during the 3rd century of the Common Era openly defied the authority of the Roman Empire itself, successfully carving out her own substantial regional empire throughout the Eastern Mediterranean world. She confidently minted official coins bearing her own likeness. She formally declared meaningful political independence. She effectively forced the reigning Roman emperor to personally travel and confront her directly. What genuinely connects all of these remarkable historical women together, Tomyris very much included, extends beyond simple political power alone. It involves genuine audacity. They each rose to positions of significant leadership during eras that generally assumed effective leadership belonged exclusively to men. They each wielded real authority, not merely as passive caretakers or temporary substitutes, but as genuine strategists, capable military commanders, and legitimate rulers in their own right. And while many male leaders throughout history received widespread praise for similar military conquests and achievements, these particular women were frequently labeled instead as dangerous, unnatural, or excessively savage. Why exactly did this double standard persist? Quite simply, because they ultimately won. Tomyris was never truly an isolated historical outlier. She represented instead one meaningful part of a genuinely global, centuries-spanning pattern of capable women who rose decisively during moments of serious crisis, and in doing so, made even powerful kings bleed. Her remarkable story, carefully preserved through Greek historical writing and later amplified through modern popular imagination, serves as a powerful reminder that genuine female leadership throughout history was never actually especially rare. It was simply rarely properly documented and recorded at the time. So the next time you happen to picture ancient warfare in your mind, do not simply imagine bearded men wearing polished helmets. Also picture a determined queen mounted confidently on horseback, bow firmly in hand, driven by both grief and fierce determination. And understand clearly that Tomyris was never truly alone in this regard. She was simply one of the relatively few such women that history ultimately failed to completely erase from memory. Tomyris never personally constructed a grand palace. She left behind no golden inscriptions proclaiming her achievements, no elaborate dynastic walls marking her territory. There exists no grand royal tomb dedicated to her memory, no carefully preserved suit of ceremonial armor, no marble bust prominently displayed within a modern museum collection. And yet, remarkably, her memory persists powerfully even today. In many genuine ways, her lasting historical legacy represents a fascinating paradox. Her entire recorded story ultimately depends on a relatively small handful of paragraphs written by Herodotus, admittedly biased, likely embellished, and possibly even partially fictional in certain specific details. But those particular written words managed to plant a cultural seed that has firmly refused to fade away or disappear entirely. For well over 2,000 years now, her name has repeatedly resurfaced throughout history, particularly during periods when the wider world seemed to genuinely need reminding that meaningful power does not always require wearing a crown or possessing a beard. She has been consistently reimagined through remarkably different cultural and historical lenses. To Renaissance-era Europe, she primarily represented the noble savage archetype, functioning as an implicit cautionary warning directed at potential tyrants. To modern Central Asia, she has become instead a genuine folk hero, symbolizing meaningful resistance and strong national pride, particularly within countries still actively processing complicated colonial and imperial historical legacies. Formal statues honoring her continue rising in public plazas throughout modern Kazakhstan. Schoolchildren throughout the region learn her name and story as part of standard educational curriculum. Regional politicians frequently invoke her name and legacy when specifically discussing themes of strength and national independence. But beyond all of this accumulated symbolism and cultural mythology, there remains something genuinely undeniably human at the very core of her story. It is fundamentally about a grieving mother who tragically lost her only son. It is about a capable leader forced into an impossible choice between complete surrender or continued survival. It is ultimately about a person who, when directly confronted by one of the single greatest military powers the ancient world had ever witnessed, made the difficult choice to fight back and ultimately succeeded against overwhelming odds in a broader historical world that frequently and unfortunately erases the names and achievements of numerous warrior women throughout time. Tomyris persists vividly, much like a well-hidden blade buried just beneath the surface, always ready to be rediscovered and re-examined by each new generation, genuinely hungry for authentic stories of untamed defiance and resilience. She serves as a powerful reminder that history is never solely composed of kings and formal empires. It equally includes devoted mothers and determined queens, profound grief and justified revenge, ordinary dirt and spilled blood. It includes those quiet, haunting moments following battle, when a solitary woman stands alone across a field littered with fallen bodies, fully aware that she has permanently altered the broader course of world history, yet knowing she may never be entirely believed by future generations. And perhaps that particular reality represents her single greatest lasting legacy of all, her firm, unwavering refusal to simply be forgotten by history. No formal statues were strictly necessary. No significant historical problem resulted from this omission. Her name still rides steadily upon the wind, sweeping across those same ancient steppes. Her remarkable story continues to remind us that even the most powerful kings remain fundamentally mortal, and her enduring legend continues to whisper a clear, unmistakable warning across the centuries. Challenge her, and you will receive your complete fill of blood. So the next time you happen to hear about the dramatic downfall of some great and powerful king throughout history, remember this important lesson clearly. Sometimes the truly decisive final blow arrives not from a rival competing empire, but instead from a determined queen mounted confidently on horseback, largely lost to conventional historical, yet never genuinely, truly gone from memory. Now let's step back from Tomyris herself for a while and consider more broadly the remarkable nomadic world that produced leaders exactly like her. Try to imagine, just for a moment, an entire way of life where your walls are made from thick felt. Your roof is carefully stitched together from treated animal hide, and your front door opens directly onto an endless, unbroken horizon. There are no permanent cities here, no cultivated farmland stretching for miles, no towering stone monuments intended to last for future generations. Only the steady, rhythmic sound of horse hooves, the quiet whisper of tall grass bending in the wind, and an ever-changing, unpredictable sky stretching endlessly overhead. For ancient nomadic cultures scattered across the world, permanence itself was largely considered a comforting myth, and genuine mobility represented true true, lasting strength. From the vast Eurasian steppes all the way to the harsh, sun-scorched Arabian deserts, ancient nomadic peoples managed to shape entire regional civilizations without ever constructing a single marble temple. These were never simply ruthless, disorganized wanderers moving without purpose or direction. They were, in reality, highly strategic and adaptive people, carefully guided by predictable seasonal changes, the natural grazing patterns of their essential livestock herds, and an intimate, deeply practical understanding of the surrounding terrain. Their homes typically consisted of yurts, portable tents, or wheeled wagons, essentially functioning as foldable, easily transportable fortresses, specifically designed for a life defined by near constant movement. Cattle, sheep, goats, and above all else, horses, formed the essential foundation of nomadic daily life. A person's overall wealth within these societies was generally measured directly in livestock, rather than owned land or fixed property. Horses served as far more than simple transportation tools. They functioned as trusted companions, essential weapons, and clear visible symbols of personal social status. To ride skillfully was essentially to survive. To ride exceptionally well was, quite often, to genuinely rule. But being highly mobile never meant being disorganized or lacking structure. Nomadic societies generally maintained genuinely complex social structures. Political power typically flowed through established clans and extended tribal networks, with overall leadership frequently based more on demonstrated personal merit and influence, rather than strict, rigid hereditary succession. A tribal chief or khan might rise to genuine prominence through proven tactical brilliance in battle, exceptional public speaking skill, or simply undeniable natural charisma. Personal loyalty within these societies was typically earned individually, forged through shared campfire councils and hard-fought experiences on distant, wind-swept battlefields. And despite common outside assumptions, nomadic peoples were never truly isolated from the wider surrounding world. They actively moved valuable silk from distant China, aromatic spices from India, precious silver from Persia, and various other goods across vast, otherwise impassable distances. Nomadic caravans and skilled traders effectively functioned as history's original transcontinental couriers, long before established empires fully recognized or organized similar large-scale trade networks. And when peaceful trade relationships occasionally broke down, these same groups could shift rapidly toward organized raiding instead, executing swift, strategic, and remarkably efficient attacks when circumstances required it. Their collective history was never formally written down in permanent stone inscriptions. Instead, it was carefully sung, ritually recited, and consistently remembered through sustained oral tradition. Respected community elders passed down important legends, established tribal laws, and essential cultural values through direct verbal instruction. An entire tribe's complete legal system, shared history, and core cultural identity could realistically be carried entirely within the memory of a single skilled bard or respected elder. These stories were never intended purely as casual entertainment. They functioned as genuine instruction, practical governance, and lasting cultural identity, all combined together. In the eyes of established, settled empires, nomadic peoples frequently appeared unpredictable, foreign, and potentially dangerous. But from their own internal cultural perspective, they viewed themselves quite differently, as dedicated guardians of genuine personal freedom, skilled masters of environmental adaptation, and rightful heirs to the open wind itself. They left relatively few physical ruins behind for future archaeologists to discover, but they meaningfully reshaped the surrounding world virtually every single time they rode forward. Long before the later Mongol Empire thundered dramatically across Eurasia, the Scythians effectively ruled the windswept Eurasian steppe region. Spanning roughly from the 9th through the 2nd centuries before the Common Era, these determined nomadic warriors dominated vast territories stretching from the Black Sea all the way to the distant edges of Central Asia. To the ancient Greeks, observing from a safe distance, they appeared as fearsome, exotic horsemen and mysterious foreign barbarians. But from their own internal perspective, they considered themselves a people fundamentally defined by genuine freedom, justified vengeance when necessary, and deep collective pride. Scythian society was fundamentally organized around sustained mobility, and when necessary, calculated violence. Their horsemanship skills remained genuinely unmatched throughout the ancient world. Young boys learned to ride confidently long before they had even fully mastered walking steadily on solid ground. Their weapons were consistently practical and remarkably deadly, compact composite bows, specifically ideal for accurate shooting while riding at full gallop, along with curved swords, sturdy battle axes, and iron-tipped spears designed for close combat. And notably, Scythian warriors were never exclusively male. Extensive archaeological findings have consistently confirmed exactly what Herodotus had originally hinted at centuries earlier. Women also actively fought alongside men in Scythian society. Numerous excavated graves have revealed female skeletal remains buried alongside genuine weapons, with skeletal evidence clearly showing actual combat-related injuries sustained during real fighting. These women did not build large cities, but their distinctive kurgans, elaborate burial mounds, have successfully preserved much of their cultural legacy for modern archaeologists to study. Beneath these carefully constructed burial mounds, archaeologists have discovered substantial quantities of gold, intricate preserved tattoos on well-preserved skin, elaborately embroidered garments, and sophisticated crafted weaponry. Their distinctive artistic style, featuring swirling animal motifs and predatory symbolic imagery, clearly reflects a way of life deeply connected to nature and organized hunting practices. But the Scythians were never simply wild, disorganized raiders. They also functioned effectively as skilled diplomats, professional mercenaries, and active traders, particularly maintaining regular trade relationships with established Greek colonies located along the Black Sea coastline. They regularly sold furs, captured slaves, and cultivated grain, receiving imported wine, decorated pottery, and various luxury goods in direct exchange. Ancient Greek writers generally expressed both genuine admiration and considerable fear toward the Scythians. Herodotus specifically wrote about their unusual customs, including practices like ceremonially drinking the blood of defeated enemies, or reportedly using scalps as functional cloth napkins, though he also specifically praised their strong internal sense of justice and unwavering loyalty toward close kin. Their broader religious beliefs were fundamentally primal and animistic in nature. They worshipped various gods associated with war, sacred fire, and general fertility. Certain religious rituals reportedly involved inhaling cannabis smoke, while others centered specifically around formal horse sacrifice. Their overall worldview remained fundamentally cyclical in nature, closely tied to the surrounding land, though never framed specifically in terms of individual land ownership, but rather through the lens of sacred, continuous movement. Eventually, the Scythians gradually faded from historical prominence, pressured steadily by other rising nomadic groups, including the Sarmatians, and increasingly constrained by the growth of surrounding established empires. Scythian culture gradually dissolved into the broader currents of history, but they successfully established the enduring template for what later became known as the classic steppe warrior archetype, a highly mobile, genuinely deadly, and fiercely independent fighter, answering to no single master and claiming no permanently fixed home. They left behind no written books of their own. But whenever you picture a mounted archer silhouetted dramatically against the open steppe horizon, that particular enduring image is fundamentally Scythian in origin. They represented, in many meaningful ways, the storm that consistently arrived before later, more organized empires. While the Scythians ruled the vast open grasslands, the Bedouins carved out their own distinctive legacy directly into the shifting desert sand, originating specifically within the vast, harsh deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. The Bedouins were never merely simple wanderers moving without clear purpose. They functioned instead as genuine engineers of survival, successfully mastering some of the single most inhospitable terrain found anywhere on Earth. Unlike the thundering mounted forces typical of steppe-based nomads, traditional Bedouin daily life tended to be noticeably quieter and more deliberate in nature. It remained fundamentally structured around the natural rhythms of the surrounding desert environment. Periods of drought followed by occasional rainfall, seasonal grazing routes, and careful, informed observation of the night sky and stars. Their traditional home was the distinctive black goat hair tent, known locally as the Beit al-Sha'ar, remarkably portable, naturally breathable, and easily packed for frequent relocation. Daily life moved consistently in rhythm with their essential camels, poetically referred to as the ships of the desert. Camels effectively served simultaneously as reliable transportation, a valuable food source, practical clothing material, and a widely recognized form of currency, all combined into a single essential animal. The Bedouins became especially well known throughout history for their strong, well-defined tribal social structure. Nearly every meaningful aspect of daily life revolved fundamentally around extended clan relationships. Loyalty toward one's immediate kin consistently came before all other social considerations. Personal honor, formerly known as sharaf, was never treated as merely an abstract concept. It functioned as the essential social glue holding entire communities firmly together. Even a single perceived insult had the genuine potential to spark a prolonged, multi-generational blood feud between families. Yet remarkably, showing proper generosity toward visiting guests, known formally as karam, was considered equally sacred and important. A traveling stranger arriving at camp could reasonably expect to receive food, water, and guaranteed protection for a minimum of 3 full days, without facing a single probing question about their background or origin. Their traditional approach to warfare centered specifically around organized raiding, known formally as Gazu, involving fast, carefully coordinated attacks, specifically designed to capture valuable goods and livestock, while generally avoiding unnecessary bloodshed whenever reasonably possible. Traditional battle was never really centered around mass casualties or widespread slaughter. It focused instead on practical survival, personal prestige, and maintaining collective honor. A successfully executed raid could meaningfully elevate a warrior's overall social standing within the tribe. A poorly executed or failed raid, by contrast, could permanently damage an entire tribe's reputation for multiple generations afterward. But traditional Bedouin life was never simply defined by ongoing conflict and desert survival alone. It remained genuinely rich in sustained oral tradition and storytelling. Skilled poets effectively functioned as warriors wielding carefully chosen words instead of physical weapons. Their carefully composed verses preserved important tribal history, publicly shamed dishonorable enemies, and celebrated the achievements of recognized heroes. Poetry was consistently passed down directly from memory to memory, frequently performed using a distinctive song like rhythmic cadence around the evening campfire. Certain particularly significant poems eventually became recognized as informal tribal law. Others simply became cherished, enduring cultural legacy. Established trade caravans regularly passed directly through traditional Bedouin-controlled territories as well. These experienced tribesmen frequently served as knowledgeable guides, reliable protectors, and occasionally, when circumstances required it, skilled smugglers, successfully moving valuable goods like incense, rare spices, and fine silk from southern Arabia toward the broader Levant region and beyond. They possessed intimate knowledge of every available desert oasis and every reliable star-based navigation path. Their specialized knowledge proved both genuinely legendary and considerably valuable to outside traders. Although many Bedouin groups eventually integrated more fully into surrounding established cities over subsequent centuries, they consistently maintained a remarkably fierce, well-defined sense of cultural identity. Even in contemporary times, the traditional black tent and established tribal codes of honor continue to remain powerful symbols of genuine Bedouin cultural pride. They were never simply passive survivors adapting to harsh desert conditions. They effectively became its enduring cultural soul. No nomadic people throughout recorded history managed to reshape the broader world quite as dramatically and thoroughly as the Mongols eventually did. During the 13th century, these skilled steppe riders suddenly emerged from the vast plains of Mongolia and successfully carved out what remains, even today, the largest contiguous land empire ever recorded throughout human history. Yet, their fundamental cultural roots remained remarkably similar to other nomadic cultures that had come before them. Highly mobile, organized around extended clan structures, and fiercely adaptive to changing circumstances. Daily life across the harsh Mongolian steppe was consistently brutal and demanding. The Mongols typically lived within circular felt tents known as jurs, structures that could realistically be fully assembled within under an hour, and then completely packed onto a simple cart the very next morning for continued travel. Their essential herds, consisting of horses, yaks, and goats, provided sustained nourishment, and their children were similarly raised from early childhood directly in the saddle. Skilled horseback riding was consistently learned well before basic literacy. In fact, the significant majority of ordinary Mongols throughout this era could not read at all. But this limitation mattered relatively little in practical terms, since essential cultural knowledge remained carefully encoded instead within traditional songs, memorized proverbs, and sustained collective memory. What ultimately distinguished the Mongols most clearly from earlier nomadic groups was specifically how effectively they managed to weaponize their inherent mobility advantage. Under the unifying leadership of Genghis Khan, previously fragmented and often competing tribal divisions were deliberately dismantled and completely reorganized into an entirely new merit-based military and social system. Traditional loyalty toward one's individual tribe was largely replaced, instead, with direct, unwavering loyalty toward the Khan himself. And with that fundamental structural shift, the broader world would soon change dramatically and permanently. Mongol warfare functioned essentially as a carefully coordinated combination of speed and calculated deception. Their highly skilled horse archers could fire arrows with remarkable accuracy while riding at full gallop, execute convincing fake retreats specifically designed to lure overconfident enemies into unfavorable positions, and reliably travel well over 100 miles within a single day when necessary. But importantly, they were never simply undisciplined raiders. They functioned as genuinely sophisticated military strategists. They effectively employed dedicated scouts, embedded spies, coordinated signal flags, and calculated psychological warfare tactics with remarkably chilling precision and effectiveness. Once they began successfully conquering established cities, Mongol forces adapted their tactics remarkably quickly. Experienced siege engineers recruited from China and Persia soon joined their expanding ranks. The Mongols rapidly learned how to construct and effectively deploy powerful catapults, devastating flaming arrows, and heavy battering rams. Using these various tools with genuinely chilling operational efficiency. But here is an important and often overlooked twist to their historical legacy. They were never simply destroyers, focused purely on conquest and destruction. The broader Mongol Empire ultimately connected the wider world together in genuinely unprecedented ways. They actively revived and carefully protected the historic Silk Road trade network, successfully ensuring consistently safe passage for merchants and goods traveling all the way from China through to distant Europe. Valuable goods, new ideas, and unfortunately dangerous diseases such as the devastating Black Death all traveled steadily along this vast interconnected trade network. They successfully introduced early paper currency systems, formal passport documentation systems, and meaningful religious tolerance policies across their vast, sprawling territorial realm. A traveling Muslim merchant, a Christian priest, and a Buddhist monk could all realistically travel safely together under general Mongol rule, provided none of them actively rebelled against established authority. And yet, despite governing such an enormous territorial empire, the Mongols fundamentally remained nomads at heart. Even while actively governing distant conquered cities, Mongol rulers consistently returned periodically to their traditional tents, their essential herds, and the familiar open steppe whenever reasonably possible. They successfully conquered numerous cities throughout their empire, but arguably never fully belonged to any of them culturally, because regardless of how high they ultimately climbed in terms of political power, they consistently continued to ride forward with the wind reliably at their backs. To the surrounding settled empires, nomadic peoples were generally viewed as either genuinely useful trading partners or potentially dangerous military threats, and quite often, remarkably, both simultaneously depending on the particular circumstances. But from the internal nomadic perspective itself, the practical distinction between legitimate trade and organized raiding often remained genuinely negotiable, shifting according to circumstance. One particular day, a nomadic group might reliably escort merchant caravans safely across dangerous desert terrain. The very next day, that same group might instead choose to raid nearby border settlements. Everything typically depended heavily on prevailing mood, seasonal circumstances, and quite practically, how fairly and generously they had previously been compensated by the settled communities involved. organized trade remained genuinely essential to sustained nomadic life. Most nomadic peoples could not realistically cultivate their own grain crops, nor could they easily manufacture their own pottery and finished goods. They consistently required practical tools, woven textiles, valuable spices, and various luxury items obtained through trade. In direct exchange, they typically offered livestock, animal furs, treated leather, valuable salt, and occasionally exotic specialty items such as trained falcons or particularly rare, prized horses. Some nomadic groups traded directly with neighboring established empires. Others, instead, functioned as skilled intermediaries, connecting more distant regions together, forming absolutely crucial links along established trade routes, including the famous Silk Road, various incense trading routes, and numerous other transcontinental pathways. But importantly, these were never simply peaceful merchant caravans in the conventional sense. They typically functioned as fully armed convoys, genuinely prepared to defend themselves when necessary, or occasionally launch coordinated attacks, depending entirely on the specific situation encountered. A particular tribal leader might successfully negotiate favorable trade terms with a regional border governor one particular week, then organize a raid against his storehouses the very next week if circumstances changed. Established empires typically viewed this shifting behavior as outright treachery and betrayal. Nomadic peoples themselves generally viewed it instead as simply maintaining flexible strategic options. The Scythians, for one clear historical example, regularly traded valuable grain and gold with established Greek cities located along the Black Sea coastline. But if a particular city attempted to cheat them during trade negotiations, they would respond by burning that same city to the ground without hesitation. The Bedouins similarly provided reliable protection for valuable incense and spice caravans traveling across the Arabian Peninsula. Unless a particular merchant failed to pay the expected protection fees, in which case the accompanying camels would simply change direction entirely. The Mongols, under the early leadership of Genghis Khan, initially attempted establishing peaceful trade relations with the neighboring Khwarezmian Empire. But when Mongol merchants were subsequently executed by Khwarezmian authorities, the resulting Mongol response involved the complete, devastating destruction of entire cities throughout the region. To the traditional nomadic mindset, established trade relationships were never purely business transactions. They remained fundamentally personal and inherently political in nature. It was never treated simply as routine commerce. It functioned instead as a meaningful, ongoing reflection of mutual respect between different groups. If a settled kingdom treated visiting nomadic traders as genuine equals, commercial relationships generally thrived and continued successfully. If instead they showed clear disrespect toward nomadic visitors, the resulting punishment tended to arrive swiftly and typically arrived on horseback. This This ongoing underlying tension eventually gave rise to a genuinely unique and fascinating type of regional relationship, the border economy. Towns and settlements located along the edges of established nomadic territories frequently developed into unusual hybrid spaces, functioning simultaneously as partial military outposts and partial open trading markets. Regional governors frequently offered bribes directly to tribal chieftains to maintain peaceful relations. Different tribes regularly exchanged valuable news, quality horses, and useful military intelligence. Occasionally, strategic marriages were even carefully arranged specifically to help seal otherwise fragile regional peace agreements. This ongoing, delicate dance between organized trade and occasional raiding was never really considered some kind of inherent flaw within traditional nomadic society. It instead functioned as a genuinely deliberate and effective strategic feature. It allowed nomadic peoples to successfully negotiate meaningful political power without needing to permanently occupy and administer fixed territory, to meaningfully influence surrounding established empires without necessarily needing to formally build empires of their own, and to remain genuinely flexible and adaptive within a broader world that generally worshipped fixed walls and permanent boundaries instead. They never actually needed to conquer major cities outright. They simply needed those same cities to remain consistently watchful of the surrounding horizon. In a world entirely without established libraries, formal written scrolls, or early printing technology, how exactly did nomadic cultures successfully preserve their own collective history over multiple generations? The answer proves refreshingly simple, yet remarkably powerful. They simply chose to remember it directly. Sustained oral tradition was never merely a casual storytelling tool for these ancient nomadic peoples. It effectively functioned simultaneously as their primary library, their formal courtroom, their unwritten constitution, and their broader cultural mythology, all seamlessly combined together into a single cohesive tradition. From the windswept Scythian grasslands, through the vast Mongolian plains, and across the harsh Bedouin deserts, collective memory remained genuinely sacred, and the human tongue frequently proved considerably sharper than any physical sword. Respected tribal elders functioned as far more than simply older, experienced community members. They effectively served as living human archives. They carefully retained detailed knowledge of family lineages, stretching back numerous generations, important war stories that had significantly shaped overall tribal identity, and practical proverbs specifically designed to guide important decisions during both peaceful times and periods of active conflict. These particular oral traditions were never simply casual campfire entertainment intended purely for amusement. They functioned instead as essential practical lessons, important collective warnings, and formally recognized tribal law. Among traditional Bedouin communities, specifically, poetry held an especially elevated cultural status. a particularly well-crafted verse possessed the genuine power to publicly shame a dishonorable enemy, formally honor a fallen warrior's memory, or effectively help settle an ongoing tribal dispute. Skilled poets, known formally as sha'ara, frequently served as trusted personal advisors to recognized tribal leaders, often remembered considerably more clearly throughout history than many of the actual ruling chiefs themselves. Their carefully composed words held genuine power to ignite open conflict, or alternatively, to successfully bring it to a peaceful conclusion. And their collective memory for preserving these works remained remarkably precise and reliable. Entire lengthy epic poems were successfully passed down word for word, generation after generation, without significant alteration. The Mongols maintained a remarkably similar oral tradition of their own. Their significant literary work, known formally as The Secret History of the Mongols, was originally preserved entirely through oral transmission, only later being formally written down for the first time. This important text describes not merely the historical rise of Genghis Khan himself, but also the broader cultural values of unwavering loyalty, accepted fate, justified revenge, and personal ambition that fundamentally defined the wider Mongol worldview. It was never intended as simply a dry, factual historical record. It functioned instead as a genuinely living saga, originally recited entirely from memory, specifically to teach important cultural lessons and reinforce collective unity. Even the Scythians, who left behind almost no written historical records of their own, successfully maintained remarkably detailed oral accounts documenting their various migrations, significant battles, and important tribal alliances. When later Greek writers like Herodotus eventually documented aspects of their culture, they were essentially capturing distant echoes of a considerably older, purely spoken oral tradition. Historical knowledge was consistently passed down through shared campfires, rather than being permanently carved into stone monuments. Naturally, this reliance on purely oral tradition carried certain inherent risks. Individual memories could gradually fade over time. Specific stories could slowly evolve and change somewhat with each successive retelling. But this particular approach also carried one genuinely significant advantage over written records. It remained fully alive and adaptable. It proved remarkably flexible, adaptable, and deeply human in nature. It successfully allowed nomadic societies to meaningfully retain their core cultural identity. Even after experiencing significant migrations, military defeats, or eventual cultural absorption into larger surrounding populations, established empires eventually fell, and their formal written archives often turned entirely to dust over time. But nomadic oral traditions frequently survived regardless, not because they had been formally written down anywhere, but because they had been carefully woven directly into sustained human memory and collective breath. And as long as someone somewhere continued actively remembering these stories, nothing of genuine cultural value was ever truly, completely lost. Within many established ancient civilizations, women were frequently confined primarily to background domestic roles, often silenced, veiled, or kept largely hidden behind protective palace walls. But within traditional nomadic societies, the broader historical picture frequently looked quite different. When a community remained constantly on the move, everyone within it needed to contribute meaningfully, and that necessary contribution frequently meant that women held genuine positions of real influence and power as well. From the ancient Scythians through to the later Mongols, substantial archaeological and historical evidence clearly demonstrates that nomadic women were never simply confined to roles as mothers and wives alone. They actively served as skilled riders, capable warriors, respected spiritual guides, effective diplomats, and recognized clan leaders. The demanding, constantly shifting nature of nomadic life simply did not allow for idle hands or passive roles. Every single member of these communities, regardless of individual gender, was expected to meaningfully contribute toward collective survival, organized warfare, and effective governance. Consider the Scythians as one particularly clear example. Numerous burial sites discovered across the vast Eurasian steppe have revealed female remains buried alongside swords, functional arrows, and protective armor. Their preserved skeletal remains frequently show clear evidence of injuries sustained during actual combat. These were never simply symbolic or purely ceremonial burial practices. These particular women genuinely fought in real battles. Ancient Greek historians were reportedly so intrigued and simultaneously so unsettled by these discoveries that they eventually crafted entire, elaborate mythological stories about the legendary Amazons, fierce warrior women supposedly directly descended from these same nomadic Scythian tribes. Within broader Mongol society, women frequently managed entire encampments independently, while accompanying men were away conducting military raids or ongoing conquests. But even at the very highest levels of established political power, women consistently left their own significant historical mark. Genghis Khan's own daughters, along with several influential daughters-in-law, frequently governed substantial territories directly, personally led military forces when necessary, and actively conducted important diplomatic negotiations. One particularly notable and influential woman within Mongol history, known as Sorgatani Biki, functioned as both a skilled political strategist and an effective kingmaker, successfully raising multiple future emperors and personally brokering several crucial political alliances. Among the Bedouins specifically, women generally held somewhat fewer formal public leadership roles, but they still wielded meaningful influence through skilled poetry, important family alliances, and deeply respected traditions surrounding hospitality. A woman's personal tent functioned as her recognized domain. Her practical ability to effectively manage household resources, maintain family honor, and successfully raise future capable warriors, made her a genuinely central figure within broader tribal life. Within certain tribes, women could formally initiate divorce proceedings, maintain control over personal property, and even personally own valuable camels, widely recognized as the ultimate practical symbol of wealth and survival capability. Religious belief systems also frequently granted nomadic women meaningful spiritual authority. Within various Turkic and Siberian steppe cultures, specifically, female shamans played genuinely crucial community roles as respected healers, trusted spiritual guides, and dedicated keepers of important ancestral wisdom. They were never treated as marginal or fringe mystical figures. They functioned instead as widely respected, essential pillars, supporting the broader community structure. In summary, the demanding practical necessity created by constant mobility ultimately gave rise to meaningfully greater gender equality, at least considerably more than what was typically observed throughout most settled empires during the same historical period. The genuinely unpredictable, constantly shifting nature of nomadic life inherently demanded practical flexibility from everyone involved. If a man happened to fall in battle, a woman would step forward and assume his responsibilities without unnecessary formal ceremony and without needing to first request permission from anyone. Within these windswept, constantly moving societies, a single woman could realistically be both the caring hand that gently rocked a child's cradle and simultaneously the steady, capable hand that confidently drew back a powerful bow. For nomadic peoples generally, genuine spirituality was never specifically tied to fixed temples or permanent sacred buildings constructed from stone. It remained instead deeply woven directly into the surrounding land, the open sky above, and the ongoing physical journey itself. When your entire life exists in constant, sustained motion, your gods effectively travel right alongside you. Nomadic belief systems were typically animistic and deeply nature-based in overall structure, firmly rooted in the natural cycles of changing seasons, the observed behavior of wild animals, and the essential practical rhythms required for sustained survival. The wind was never simply understood as ordinary weather. It functioned instead as a genuine spiritual messenger. Distant mountains served as watchful spiritual guardians. Flowing rivers were believed to carry powerful spirits within them. Fire itself was considered deeply sacred. Everyday life effectively became an ongoing spiritual dialogue with the unseen world. Among the Scythians, as specifically described by Herodotus, established worship generally centered around a broader pantheon of gods closely tied to the natural world. Tabidi functioned as the respected goddess of the sacred hearth, roughly equivalent to the Greek goddess Hestia, while Papios served as their recognized sky god. Traditional religious rituals frequently involved ceremonial horse sacrifice, inhaled cannabis smoke, and sacred oaths formally sworn beneath the open sky. Their broader spiritual worldview remained genuinely visceral, deeply earthy, and remarkably direct in nature. There were no formally robed priests presiding over elaborate ceremonies, simply dedicated warriors and respected shamans calling out directly toward the heavens above the Bedouins. Prior to the eventual rise of Islam throughout the region, generally practiced a form of polytheism centered specifically around various local deities and traditional tribal idols. But above all other considerations, they deeply revered the unseen, mysterious forces of fate and the surrounding natural world. Spirits known as jinn were widely believed to inhabit rocks, powerful windstorms, and isolated desert locations. Respected poets and seers were frequently believed to be genuinely inspired, and in certain cases, even temporarily possessed by these same spiritual entities. The strong tradition of hospitality toward strangers was never viewed as merely a helpful social custom. It functioned instead as a genuine spiritual obligation. Within broader Mongol culture, specifically, the entire spiritual worldview was structured primarily around Tengrism, the dedicated worship of Tengri, formally recognized as the eternal blue sky itself. Tengri was never simply understood as a distant god one might pray to within some formal temple setting. He was instead understood as the sky itself, constantly present, continuously watching, and actively judging. Genghis Khan himself specifically claimed that his personal right to rule originated directly from Tengri's divine authority. The Mongols similarly revered various earth spirits, respected ancestral ghosts, and the sacred fire maintained at the very center of every traditional tent. Shamanism played a genuinely vital ongoing role within their society. Shamans functioned simultaneously as skilled healers, trusted spiritual guides, and influential political advisors to tribal leadership. The genuine beauty of nomadic spirituality throughout history rested largely in its remarkable adaptability. As various nomadic groups gradually encountered Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, and other established religious traditions, they frequently blended these newly encountered beliefs seamlessly together with their own existing traditional practices. Mongol emperors, for example, frequently offered official patronage to multiple different religious traditions simultaneously. A practicing Bedouin might successfully follow formal Islamic religious law while still maintaining certain older, desert-rooted traditional customs alongside it, whereas established, settled cities typically built elaborate temples, specifically intended to physically contain and localize the divine, nomadic peoples. Instead, simply carried their sense of the sacred directly along with them wherever they traveled. Their gods effectively moved right alongside them. Their religious rituals adapted naturally over time, and their core spiritual beliefs continued flowing steadily forward, much like the very rivers they regularly crossed during their travels. Because to a genuine nomad, meaningful faith never required 4 solid walls for support. It simply required open sky overhead, solid earth below, and preserved memory carefully held in between. They never left behind impressive pyramids or grand cathedrals for future generations to discover. You will not easily find their former capitals clearly marked on modern maps today. And yet, the lasting legacy of these ancient nomadic cultures remains genuinely written throughout much of subsequent history, visible clearly within the flow of established international trade, the lasting scars left by historical conquest, and even within many of the languages we continue speaking today. Nomadic peoples were never simply minor historical footnotes. They functioned instead as genuine architects of meaningful disruption, actively reshaping entire continents through sustained, purposeful movement. The historic Silk Road, for example, was never simply a convenient trade route intended purely for transporting silk and various spices. It functioned instead as a genuine highway, one built entirely by horse hooves and successfully maintained through the sustained diplomacy, physical effort, and invaluable local knowledge contributed by numerous nomadic tribes. Without their essential ongoing contribution, distant regions of the East and West might realistically have never meaningfully connected at all. Established empires generally feared these nomadic groups, and reasonably so given historical outcomes. The Scythians, later Xiongnu, various Turkic groups, and eventually the Mongols, all successfully challenged the persistent myth of assumed urban civilizational superiority. Their repeated military victories exposed one genuinely fundamental historical truth: sustained mobility can frequently outmaneuver and outthink even the most impressive permanent monuments. Where established empires typically moved slowly and cautiously, nomadic peoples instead adapted quickly and effectively. When established cities relied primarily on defensive walls for protection, nomadic groups instead relied primarily on sustained speed and superior mobility. But their overall lasting influence throughout history extended well beyond purely military conquest and territorial expansion. They also effectively functioned as important cultural bridges, actively carrying music, culinary recipes, oral stories, and even entire religious traditions from one distant region of the world toward another. Mongol rule, for example, successfully brought valuable Chinese printing technology directly to Persia. Traditional Arab Bedouin customs meaningfully shaped the early developing Islamic world, influencing everything from language and formal law to poetry and established codes of personal honor. Turkish nomadic groups similarly laid essential groundwork that eventually contributed toward the later formation of the powerful Ottoman Empire. The extensive travel routes they originally established eventually became vital arteries supporting broader civilizational development, even after their respective empires eventually declined and faded from prominence. Their underlying cultural spirit continued to genuinely endure. You can still clearly observe this lasting influence today within modern horsemanship traditions, within cultures that continue actively practicing oral storytelling, and within widely shared cultural values, emphasizing kinship, resilience, and personal independence that continue echoing today across the steppe, the desert, and the frozen tundra regions. In many meaningful ways, these nomadic cultures also collectively serve as an important historical warning. They clearly remind us that no established structure, regardless of its apparent size or strength, remains truly permanent. Not even the grandest and most powerful empire ever constructed. They successfully demonstrated that shifting winds could effectively erase established political borders, and that genuine, lasting power never actually needed to be permanently carved into stone in order to remain genuinely real and significant. Today, numerous nomadic peoples continue to exist throughout the world, although generally in significantly reduced numbers, and frequently facing considerable ongoing pressure from modern established political borders, changing climate conditions, and continued urbanization. And yet, their surviving descendants continue actively carrying forward cultural traditions considerably older than most existing modern nations, deeply held reverence for hospitality toward strangers, genuine respect for animals, and meaningful stories that continue traveling forward through successive generations. Much like horses steadily moving through gradually clearing fog. So the next time you find yourself genuinely studying history, do not simply focus your attention on the walls, the grand temples, or the impressive royal thrones. Look carefully between them instead. That particular space is precisely where the nomads genuinely lived, and that same space represents exactly where meaningful history frequently, quietly moved forward. Now let's shift gears one final time, moving forward many centuries and crossing an entire ocean into a very different kind of story. One still fundamentally about ambition, division, and the sheer human cost required to connect two distant worlds together. In the middle of the 1800s, the United States existed as a country genuinely divided, not merely by growing political tension, but quite literally by vast, difficult terrain. The eastern half of the country bustled steadily with growing cities, active factories, and busy shipping ports. The western half remained instead a wild, largely unmapped expanse of towering mountains, dry deserts, and scattered gold fields. And stretched directly between these two very different worlds lay well over 1,700 miles of genuinely unforgiving wilderness. To travel from a city like New York all the way to California during this period meant enduring either several long weeks aboard a ship, sailing entirely around the treacherous tip of South America, or several exhausting months traveling overland by wagon, constantly facing serious risks from disease, roaming bandits, and endless choking dust. And yet, despite these considerable obstacles, an ambitious dream persisted: the possibility of an entirely new railroad, one capable of physically tying the whole country together one steel rail carefully laid after another, creating a single direct line stretching confidently from coast to coast. To some observers at the time, this ambitious vision seemed genuinely unthinkable. To others, it felt like something close to historical inevitability. Various visionaries throughout this period firmly believed such a railroad could successfully unite the fractured young republic, dramatically speed up essential communication, allow for faster military troop movements when necessary, open valuable new economic markets, and effectively help settle the vast, largely untamed western frontier. But actually constructing such an ambitious project would require considerably more than simple enthusiasm and ambition alone. It would require substantial funding, immense organized labor, significant available land, and considerable coordinated political influence and support. That crucial final requirement, meaningful political support, ultimately arrived directly connected to the ongoing Civil War. In 1862, while the nation remained violently divided against itself in active conflict, President Abraham Lincoln formally signed into law the Pacific Railway Act. This important piece of legislation officially authorized two separate private railroad companies, the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific, to begin ambitious construction efforts starting from opposite ends of the country simultaneously. The Union Pacific would begin construction heading steadily westward, starting from Omaha in the Nebraska Territory. The Central Pacific would simultaneously begin construction heading eastward, starting from Sacramento, California. According to the original ambitious plan, these two separate rail lines would eventually meet somewhere directly in the middle. To help meaningfully fuel this massive construction effort, the federal government offered each participating railroad company substantial land grants as direct incentive. For every single mile of completed railroad track successfully laid, each company received up to 640 acres of valuable public land, along with generous accompanying government loans. The resulting competitive race was now genuinely underway, not merely to successfully unite the country through improved transportation, but equally to aggressively claim valuable land, substantial financial profit, and a permanent place within recorded American history. On paper, this entire ambitious project appeared to be a genuinely remarkable feat of modern engineering and national ambition. In actual practice, however, it quickly became one of the single most physically grueling, dangerous construction efforts ever undertaken throughout American history up to that point. Construction crews would ultimately need to blast directly through solid mountain ranges, successfully bridge vast open plains, and endure both brutally cold winters and dangerously scorching desert heat. Thousands upon thousands of immigrant laborers and other workers would ultimately be brought in specifically to perform this extraordinarily demanding physical work. The eventual financial and symbolic rewards would prove genuinely monumental, but so too would the very real human cost required to achieve them, and for the numerous indigenous nations who had lived for countless generations directly on the very land where these new railroad tracks would soon cut through like an open wound. This ambitious project represented something entirely different from simple national progress. To them, it represented a genuine existential warning. While the Union Pacific Company faced the comparatively flat, open plains stretching across Nebraska ahead of them, the Central Pacific Company confronted a considerably more brutal physical challenge right from the very beginning: the imposing Sierra Nevada mountain range. These were never simply gentle, rolling hills suitable for easy construction. They represented instead towering granite peaks, regularly prone to devastating avalanches, deep accumulating snow drifts, and genuinely backbreaking physical terrain. And importantly, this entire massive undertaking occurred before dynamite had even been widely invented or made available for construction use. Construction officially began in Sacramento back in 1863, but the true physical obstacle stood waiting just 80 difficult miles further east. The imposing Sierra Nevada mountains formed a genuinely formidable natural barrier, and every single mile of newly laid track increasingly felt like an ongoing, exhausting war being waged directly against nature itself. To successfully overcome this immense physical obstacle, the Central Pacific Company urgently needed substantial available labor, and needed it in truly significant quantities. Initially, the company primarily hired Irish immigrants and other available white laborers, but many workers eventually quit the demanding job entirely, either unable or genuinely unwilling to continue enduring such brutally difficult working conditions. It was precisely at this critical point that company leadership made the pivotal decision to turn toward an entirely new available workforce: Chinese immigrant laborers. By 1865, more than 10,000 Chinese laborers were actively working on constructing the railroad, representing more than 80% of the Central Pacific's entire active workforce at the time. These workers were consistently paid considerably less than their white counterparts, frequently lived under noticeably more dangerous and difficult conditions, and regularly faced deeply entrenched racial prejudice and discrimination throughout the demanding project. But despite these serious challenges, they consistently proved absolutely indispensable to the project's overall success, demonstrating remarkable skill, extraordinary endurance, and impressive discipline throughout the entire construction process. Their essential contribution to the project proved simultaneously heroic and genuinely horrific in nature. These dedicated workers successfully carved multiple tunnels directly through solid granite rock, relying almost entirely on basic hand tools and volatile black powder explosives. The single most notorious of these excavations, formerly known as Tunnel Number 6, ultimately required nearly 2 full years of continuous, dangerous labor to fully complete. During harsh winter months, accumulated snow drifts regularly reached heights of 40 feet or more. Construction workers were frequently forced to live within camps, completely buried beneath heavy snow, connected together through narrow vertical access shafts, functioning essentially like makeshift chimneys. Dozens of workers ultimately lost their lives due to sudden avalanches, unexpected explosions, and dangerous rock slides throughout the demanding project. And yet, despite these ongoing serious dangers, the overall rail line continued advancing steadily forward. To help maintain necessary construction progress, Chinese work crews were frequently suspended precariously in simple woven baskets directly over steep mountain cliffs, carefully chipping away at solid stone inch by difficult inch. When a mountain simply could not be reasonably gone around, workers instead carved a path directly through it. When available terrain could not be adequately leveled through conventional means, they instead constructed elaborate wooden trestle bridges that dramatically soared high above deep surrounding ravines. This represented, without serious exaggeration, some of the single most dangerous and consistently underappreciated manual labor recorded anywhere throughout American history. Remarkably, few detailed historical records exist today documenting these individual Chinese workers by name. No formal statues were constructed specifically honoring their considerable efforts at the time. But without their essential, dedicated labor, the ambitious Transcontinental Railroad dream would have almost certainly died permanently somewhere within those unforgiving Sierra Nevada mountains. By 1867, the Central Pacific construction crews had finally successfully emerged from the mountains entirely. What remained directly ahead of them now was open desert terrain, harsh, extremely dry, and potentially deadly, but at least comparatively flat and manageable for continued construction. The truly difficult mountain phase now lay safely behind them. The ongoing competitive race toward the planned meeting point had genuinely begun in earnest, while the Central Pacific Company continued actively battling solid granite rock and heavy mountain snow out in the west. The Union Pacific Company faced an entirely different set of serious challenges of its own. Beginning construction from Omaha, Nebraska, the company steadily laid new railroad track heading directly westward, crossing through the vast Great Plains region, terrain that initially appeared endless, comparatively flat, and deceptively simple to work with. But the true underlying challenge here was never really the surrounding physical geography itself. It was instead fundamentally about people, complicated politics, and the ongoing struggle for regional power and control. The Union Pacific Company primarily hired large numbers of Irish immigrants, former Union Army soldiers, and recently freed men seeking new employment opportunities. Many of these workers were military veterans, specifically searching for steady, reliable income following the end of the Civil War. Construction crews could realistically lay 2, and sometimes even 3 full miles of new track within a single working day. The wide open plains terrain generally allowed for genuinely rapid construction progress. But this same open terrain also left construction workers considerably more exposed to potential raids, food shortages, and harsh environmental extremes. This particular stretch of land represented recognized indigenous territory. The Pawnee, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Lakota Sioux peoples had successfully hunted, lived, and died across these same open plains for countless previous generations. And to these established indigenous nations, the approaching railroad represented anything but meaningful progress. It represented, quite directly, a genuine invasion of their ancestral homeland. The newly constructed rail line cut directly through established tribal hunting grounds. The smoke-belching steam locomotives regularly frightened away critical buffalo herds. Surveying teams and newly erected telegraph poles significantly disrupted numerous sacred tribal spaces. Various tribes clearly recognized exactly what was coming next. Additional settlers, deployed soldiers, new fencing, and eventual forced displacement from their ancestral lands. Meaningful, organized resistance proved genuinely inevitable under these circumstances. The Lakota Sioux, under the capable leadership of figures like Red Cloud, fought back against this encroachment with genuine determination and skill. They organized raids against construction camps, launched attacks against surveying teams, and deliberately tore up newly laid sections of track. In direct response, the United States government constructed additional protective forts directly along the developing rail route and stationed considerable numbers of troops specifically to guard ongoing construction efforts. Railroad construction effectively became a heavily militarized operation, with track-laying crews working under constant armed protection. This period effectively represented a sustained, low-grade conflict, fought using both rifles and treaties that rarely proved lasting or genuinely honored. For the numerous affected indigenous nations, this expanding railroad effectively represented a genuine death sentence for their traditional way of life. And unfortunately, their fears proved entirely justified by subsequent historical events. Still, despite this ongoing serious resistance, the Union Pacific Company continued pushing construction steadily forward. Financially supported through substantial federal government loans and led by prominent figures such as Thomas Durant, the company continued laying new track at genuinely remarkable speed. Construction crews generally lived within temporary settlement towns, informally nicknamed Hell on Wheels, communities that would seemingly spring up virtually overnight, then disappear again, just as quickly once construction moved further along. Gambling, whiskey consumption, and occasional violence tended to follow these mobile worker communities like a persistent, unwelcome dust storm. By 1867, the Union Pacific construction effort had successfully reached Cheyenne and was actively continuing further into the Wyoming Territory. Distant mountains loomed steadily on the horizon ahead. But the truly significant obstacle these workers were ultimately climbing was fundamentally political and moral in nature. How exactly does a nation successfully unite itself while simultaneously laying essential railroad tracks directly across land taken forcibly from another people entirely? For the Union Pacific Company at the time, the practical answer proved disturbingly simple. Continue laying track forward, and generally avoid looking back at the consequences. The popular, widely shared story of the Transcontinental Railroad is frequently told through images of a shining golden spike and dignified men wearing formal top hats. But the genuine underlying story is, in reality, thoroughly soaked in sweat, physical exhaustion, and real human suffering. Much of it contributed by men whose individual names were simply never formally recorded, whose graves were never properly marked, and whose personal stories remain largely buried beneath the very railroad tracks they physically helped construct. Working specifically for the Central Pacific Company, it was primarily Chinese laborers who successfully accomplished what many observers at the time genuinely considered impossible. Nearly 15,000 workers, most originally hailing from the Guangdong province of China, endured consistently freezing temperatures, dangerous unexpected explosions, and considerable ongoing racial hostility, all while successfully tunneling directly through the imposing Sierra Nevada mountain range. They consistently earned noticeably less compensation than white laborers doing comparable work, received essentially no meaningful public recognition for their considerable efforts, and were frequently housed within separate, noticeably inferior work camps compared to other laborers. And yet, they persisted throughout the demanding project, working quietly, skillfully, and with remarkable ongoing determination, despite initially being unfairly dismissed by some observers as supposedly weak or physically unfit for such demanding labor. These Chinese work crews quickly proved themselves to be among the single most reliable and capable workers throughout the entire railroad project. They successfully blasted through solid rock formations, laid essential track, constructed elaborate wooden trestle bridges, and even prepared much of their own food, frequently remaining noticeably healthier overall than many of their fellow laborers working under similar conditions. And yet, when the final ceremonial spike was eventually driven at Promontory Summit, not a single Chinese laborer was formally invited to participate in the official celebration photograph documenting this historic achievement. Meanwhile, working for the Union Pacific Company, Irish immigrants made up a very substantial portion of the overall workforce. Many of these particular workers had already survived devastating famine conditions and dangerous wartime combat back in their country of origin, only to now face entirely new dangers while working across the open American plains. They successfully fought off periodic raids, laid essential railroad track, at genuinely impressive speed, and frequently drank heavily each evening, simply to find some measure of rest within their rough, temporary work camps. Their overall daily lives remained genuinely difficult throughout the project, but their contributed labor proved absolutely essential to the railroad's eventual completion. Formerly enslaved African American men also actively worked directly on constructing these essential rail lines, with some specifically hired as newly freed men actively searching for improved economic opportunities. Their meaningful contributions, much like those made by Chinese and Irish laborers before them, went largely uncredited and unrecognized within official historical accounts. Laborers of color throughout this massive project were consistently exploited economically, yet remained absolutely indispensable to its overall success. And then there were the numerous additional support workers, dedicated cooks, skilled blacksmiths, experienced teamsters, and hardworking supply haulers, each one playing an essential supporting role in successfully keeping this enormous construction effort moving steadily forward. None of these particular workers held prestigious executive positions within either railroad company, but without their consistent, dedicated labor, there would ultimately have been no golden spike ceremony to celebrate at all. Within the broader, more celebrated American historical narrative, considerable attention tends to focus primarily on visionary leaders and wealthy railroad tycoons. But this ambitious railroad was never actually built through dreams and ambition alone. It was constructed instead through calloused hands, significantly underpaid workers, and marginalized laborers, people who ultimately helped shape major national history with absolutely no real guarantee they would ever be properly remembered or credited for their considerable efforts. They did not construct this massive railroad specifically seeking personal glory or recognition. They built it, quite simply, because it represented their only realistic path toward continued survival and economic opportunity. By the late 1860s, the two competing railroad companies, the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific, were no longer simply engaged in straightforward construction work. They had become locked instead within an increasingly frenzied, intense competition, each company racing determinedly toward an invisible meeting point located somewhere within the Utah Territory. But importantly, this was never simply a polite, gentlemanly business agreement between two companies. It represented instead a genuine, high-stakes competition for valuable land, substantial financial profit, and lasting historical prestige. Why exactly did such intense urgency exist between the two competing companies? Primarily because of how the underlying federal government subsidy system had been specifically structured. For every single mile of completed track successfully laid, each participating company received valuable federal land grants, along with substantial accompanying loans. The more total track successfully constructed, the greater the overall financial profit each company could reasonably claim. So naturally, both competing companies actively attempted to outbuild one another, occasionally even laying entirely parallel sections of track, running in opposite directions simultaneously, despite fully knowing that only one final section would ultimately be used once the two lines eventually connected. The overall situation genuinely became somewhat absurd at certain points. Construction crews worked at consistently breakneck speed throughout this period. The Central Pacific Company, having recently overcome their difficult Sierra Nevada mountain challenge, now pushed rapidly through the Nevada and Utah desert regions. Meanwhile, the Union Pacific Company successfully crossed numerous rivers and traversed high plains terrain, skirting carefully along the edges of the Rocky Mountains. Both companies even began laying additional track through certain areas they privately understood the federal government would eventually declare entirely wasteful and unnecessary, simply to secure additional available government funding in the meantime. Overall work intensity climbed to genuinely intense, almost frantic levels during this period. The Central Pacific's dedicated Chinese work crews successfully established a genuine world record in April of 1869, completing 10 full miles of finished track within a single working day, an extraordinary achievement that remains genuinely impressive even by modern construction standards today. They successfully accomplished this remarkable feat through carefully synchronized work teams, coordinated rotating shifts, and a precise working rhythm developed through years of accumulated practical experience. Not to be outdone, Union Pacific work crews similarly pushed forward with determined effort from the East. Despite facing ongoing labor strikes, persistent supply shortages, and significant management problems stemming from their primary financier, Thomas Durant, who often appeared considerably more interested in manipulating company stock prices than in careful railroad engineering itself. The two competing rail lines finally approached each other near Promontory Summit, located within present-day Utah. Official surveyors carefully marked the precise meeting location. Formal arrangements were subsequently made for an appropriately grand celebration ceremony. 2 representative locomotives, one from each competing company, the Central Pacific's engine named Jupiter and the Union Pacific's engine numbered 119, were carefully positioned directly facing one another, their front cow catchers nearly touching. Company executives prepared formal celebratory speeches. A specially commissioned golden ceremonial spike was created specifically for the historic occasion. Telegraph wires were carefully connected directly to the ceremonial hammer itself, allowing the final historic hammer blows to be instantly transmitted in real time across the entire country. But hidden carefully behind this grand public celebration remained a considerably more difficult underlying reality. This intense competitive race had been genuinely brutal throughout, frequently reckless in execution, and almost entirely driven by pure financial profit motive. The two competing rail lines were now finally successfully joined together. But the very real scars this massive project had left behind, across the land itself, among exploited laborers, and throughout numerous indigenous communities, would ultimately remain for many generations afterward. Genuine national progress, it seemed, had a clearly defined finish line, and both competing companies had proven entirely willing to trample over virtually anything standing in their way in order to successfully reach it first. On May the 10th, 1869, the windswept open plains surrounding Promontory Summit, Utah, briefly became the undisputed center of the entire American universe. A substantial crowd consisting of construction workers, company officials, visiting journalists, and prominent railroad executives gathered together to personally witness this genuinely momentous historic event. The formal joining together of the Union Pacific and Central Pacific Railroads, marking the official completion of the ambitious Transcontinental Railroad project. Two gleaming steam locomotives stood facing each other directly on the newly finished track. The Central Pacific's engine Jupiter and the Union Pacific's engine, numbered 119. Positioned carefully between them lay the final remaining section of track, and at its precise center, a specially prepared golden ceremonial spike, formally engraved with an inscription expressing hope that this new railroad would help continue the lasting unity of the country, just as it now physically united two great connecting oceans of the world. Telegraph lines had been carefully connected directly to the ceremonial hammer being used for the occasion. Each individual hammer blow would send a corresponding electric signal, instantly traveling across the entire country. As Leland Stanford, representing the Central Pacific Company, formally raised the ceremonial sledgehammer, people throughout the nation reportedly leaned in closely to listen for the historic signal. With each successive swing of the hammer, the telegraph line clicked steadily. Finally, the message was sent, completed. Church bells subsequently rang out joyfully. Celebratory cannons were fired. Major cities throughout the country erupted spontaneously into widespread public celebration. From New York City all the way to San Francisco, it genuinely felt as though a vital national artery had been successfully stitched back together in real time. The country's eastern and western regions were now, for the very first time, no longer separated by many difficult months of travel. They now stood connected by railroad, roughly 7 days apart by direct rail travel. This achievement represented, without meaningful exaggeration, a genuinely remarkable feat of 19th century engineering and coordinated effort. The United States now stood physically connected from coast to coast through steel rail and powerful steam engines. The broader symbolic significance of this achievement proved genuinely difficult to overstate. A relatively young post-Civil War nation had successfully demonstrated that it remained capable of reconnecting its previously fractured regions and confidently marching forward into a new, modern industrial era. But importantly, not everyone present that day was genuinely included within this widespread national celebration. None of the numerous Chinese laborers who had personally laid the significant majority of the Central Pacific's demanding track were formally invited to participate in the official celebration photograph. They had been completely excluded from the formal ceremony entirely, despite their absolutely essential role in helping accomplish what many had previously considered a genuinely impossible engineering achievement. Irish laborers, formerly enslaved freedmen, indigenous guides, and numerous other marginalized workers were similarly absent from the official commemorative photograph. In their place stood primarily well-dressed, bearded executives wearing formal frock coats, holding ceremonial hammers and expensive cigars. So while the broader country enthusiastically celebrated this achievement as a moment of genuine national unity, the underlying reality remained considerably more complicated. The completed railroad genuinely did successfully connect the eastern and western regions of the country together, but it simultaneously sharpened existing divisions across race, social class, and cultural background throughout American society. It successfully united distant economic markets together, but only at the very real cost of numerous human lives lost or permanently damaged throughout the demanding construction process. The official commemorative photograph, taken that historic day, successfully captured the polished, celebratory public narrative of the railroad's completion. But the genuine, more complicated underlying story remained largely buried directly beneath the very tracks themselves. The successful completion of the Transcontinental Railroad did far more than simply reduce practical travel distances across the country. It fundamentally transformed the entire American economy almost overnight. Nearly instantly, the United States ceased functioning as a somewhat awkward bi-coastal nation, uncomfortably separated by vast, unsettled wilderness. It instead became a genuinely unified economic system, actively pulsing with new movement, expanded commerce, and fresh economic opportunity throughout. Goods that had previously required several months to transport by wagon or ship could now realistically move from one coast to the other in considerably under 1 week. Agricultural products originating from the Midwest region, including wheat, corn, and cattle, could now be efficiently shipped westward toward rapidly growing mining towns, or alternatively shipped eastward toward established, growing industrial cities. Manufactured goods similarly flowed steadily in the opposite direction. Railroad cars effectively replaced traditional oxen-drawn wagons. Modern steam power effectively replaced traditional sailing ships for many purposes. What had previously represented an uncertain, largely unsettled frontier region now functioned instead as a genuinely profitable, interconnected supply chain. New towns rapidly sprang up steadily alongside the completed railroad line. settlements that frequently grew almost overnight into functioning communities. Some of these particular settlements eventually developed into significant cities. Others disappeared again just as quickly as they had originally formed, particularly whenever the primary rail line was subsequently rerouted elsewhere. But each individual settlement functioned, at least temporarily, as an important connecting node within this rapidly growing national network, connected together through the steady, rhythmic sounds of train pistons, steam whistles, and drifting engine smoke. The completed railroad also significantly helped fuel broader industrial growth throughout the country. Iron manufacturing facilities, coal mining operations, and timber processing mills all experienced surging demand as a direct result. The considerable ongoing need for additional rails, locomotives, and supporting infrastructure created substantial new employment opportunities across the entire nation. Prominent steel industry leaders and ambitious railroad tycoons accumulated enormous personal wealth. Established banking institutions similarly profited considerably, and numerous smaller, independent entrepreneurs successfully rode this same economic wave, opening new hotels, restaurants, and general supply stores directly alongside the expanding rail line. Mail delivery similarly became noticeably faster and more reliable throughout the country. Important news could now realistically travel across different time zones within mere days, rather than requiring several weeks as previously required. For the very first time in the nation's relatively short history, the federal government could reasonably project genuine, meaningful presence across the entire continental territory, efficiently deploying military troops, essential resources, and political influence virtually anywhere it was needed. And importantly, we should not overlook the significant human factor involved throughout this transformation. Millions of people subsequently moved westward following the railroad's completion. European immigrants, who had previously landed primarily in New York City, could now realistically see a clear, direct path toward available land and steady employment opportunities in California, Oregon, and various other Western territories. Homesteaders, mining prospectors, cattle ranchers, and even occasional outlaws all traveled along this same expanding rail network, each pursuing their own particular version of the American frontier dream. Naturally, this substantial economic boom was never evenly distributed or fairly shared throughout society. Accumulated wealth generally flowed steadily upward toward those already positioned at the top. Indigenous ancestral lands were increasingly seized and forcibly claimed. Ordinary laborers frequently remained trapped within continued poverty, despite their essential contributions. But there remains genuinely no denying the railroad's overall transformative impact. It successfully transformed the United States from a somewhat loosely connected regional republic into a genuinely unified continental power. The powerful steam engine was never simply transporting individual passengers from place to place. was actively transporting substantial money, considerable political power, and the nation's broader future, all simultaneously. And once this transformative process genuinely began, it clearly showed no meaningful signs of eventually slowing down or stopping. Beneath the polished steel rails and triumphant newspaper headlines celebrating the completed Transcontinental Railroad lay a considerably darker, more genuinely tragic historical legacy: the widespread destruction of indigenous lands, established communities, and entire traditional cultures. The completed railroad never simply connected the eastern and western regions of the country together. It effectively sliced directly through numerous indigenous homelands, forcibly carving new pathways through territories long held by the Lakota, Cheyenne, Shoshone, Ute, and numerous other established indigenous nations. What had previously remained open plains and recognized sacred ancestral ground was now increasingly divided by railroad tracks, telegraph poles, and newly constructed fencing. With every additional railroad spike successfully driven into the ground, established indigenous sovereignty was further steadily eroded. The resulting impact proved both immediate and genuinely devastating. Massive buffalo herds, historically central to the Plains tribes' overall economy, traditional diet, and deeply held spiritual practices, were systematically slaughtered on a truly massive scale, specifically to help clear the way for expanding railroad construction and incoming settlers. In certain documented cases, railroad passengers were even actively encouraged to shoot buffalo purely for casual entertainment directly from moving passenger trains. These previously enormous herds, which had once numbered in the tens of millions of animals, dwindled dramatically toward near total extinction within just a few short decades. The completed railroad brought considerably more than simply new railroad tracks into these territories. It also brought increasing numbers of settlers, deployed military soldiers, and professional surveyors. Entirely new towns rapidly appeared in locations where none had previously existed. Homesteaders, actively supported and encouraged by federal government policy, increasingly staked formal legal claims directly on traditional tribal lands, land that existing treaties had not already formally taken. The expanding railroad network effectively absorbed this land as well, and alongside these new settlers came increased military enforcement, with army garrisons specifically deployed to protect the railroad tracks and actively suppress any organized indigenous resistance. Serious, sustained conflicts inevitably erupted as a direct result. The Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and numerous other affected tribes fought back determinedly against this ongoing encroachment in what later became formally recognized as an extended series of genuinely bloody conflicts, some officially labeled as uprisings, others more accurately described as outright massacres. From Red Cloud's war through to the infamous Battle of Little Bighorn, the expanding railroad network effectively became both the primary battleground and the ultimate underlying prize being fought over. Eventually, however, this sustained indigenous resistance was systematically crushed through superior military force. Indigenous nations were increasingly confined to designated reservations, frequently located many hundreds of miles away from their original ancestral homelands. The resulting psychological toll on affected communities proved genuinely immense. Numerous sacred tribal sites were deliberately desecrated. Traditional hunting patterns were permanently disrupted. Nomadic cultures that had traditionally been built around seasonal migration and access to vast open space were now forcibly confined instead to fixed locations, subject to constant government surveillance and control. And troublingly, all of this widespread destruction was consistently justified publicly in the name of national progress. The Transcontinental Railroad was widely celebrated at the time as a genuine marvel of American engineering ingenuity and national ambition. But this remarkable achievement came at an enormous cost: the effective destruction of countless indigenous nations' traditional dreams and established ways of life. It was never simply the physical iron rails themselves cutting directly through the land. It represented, in a considerably more profound sense, the systematic erasure of an entire traditional way of life, steadily replaced instead by railroad timetables and wooden support timbers. Established history books frequently tend to praise this railroad primarily for successfully uniting a divided nation. But for numerous affected indigenous peoples, this same railroad effectively tore their own established world apart. When the final ceremonial spike was formally driven into place at Promontory Summit back in 1869, it represented considerably more than simply the physical completion of a railroad project. It effectively marked the meaningful beginning of an entirely new American national identity, considerably faster paced, increasingly ambitious, and increasingly shaped by advancing steel and steam technology. The completed Transcontinental Railroad dramatically reduced the practical size of the entire country. What had previously required approximately 6 full months of difficult travel by wagon or ship now required only about 7 days by comfortable rail travel instead. This transformation fundamentally changed how people moved from place to place, how various goods were efficiently exchanged, and even how the basic underlying concept of physical distance itself came to be commonly understood throughout society. Almost overnight, the previously abstract concept of a unified coast-to-coast nation ceased being merely an ambitious dream, and instead became an accepted, everyday practical reality for most Americans. The completed railroad also directly helped fuel the eventual establishment of standardized time zones, specifically created to help effectively coordinate expanding cross-country travel and growing commercial activity. It significantly reorganized established agricultural practices, allowing individual farmers to efficiently ship their harvested produce across considerable distances and multiple state lines. It substantially powered the broader Second Industrial Revolution, efficiently enabling essential raw materials to flow directly into expanding urban factories throughout the country. The overall rhythm of national life gradually began closely matching the steady, rhythmic clatter of passing trains. From a broader cultural perspective, the completed railroad significantly reinforced the popular contemporary belief in manifest destiny. The widely held conviction that the United States was somehow inherently destined to eventually span the entire continent from the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Pacific, with completed rail lines now stretching successfully across deserts, mountains, and open plains. Continued national expansion increasingly felt not merely possible, but genuinely inevitable to many observers at the time. There effectively remained no meaningful, truly wild frontier left unexplored. Virtually everything now felt genuinely reachable and potentially claimable, but the completed railroad simultaneously established an important, lasting template for the growth of corporate power throughout America. Prominent figures such as Leland Stanford, Thomas Durant, and Collis Huntington did not simply accumulate enormous personal wealth through this project. They actively shaped broader government policy, effectively influenced elected politicians, and successfully built substantial, lasting business empires. Various serious corruption scandals, including the notorious Credit-Mobilier affair, subsequently exposed exactly how deeply intertwined railroad business interests had become with formal government operations and decision-making. For ordinary laborers who worked directly on this massive project, the newly laid railroad tracks represented both genuine economic opportunity and simultaneous exploitation. For numerous indigenous peoples, this same railroad effectively represented the definitive end of their traditional established world. For the surrounding natural environment, the railroad brought about genuinely radical, lasting change, extensive forest clearing, numerous bridged rivers, and buffalo populations brought nearly to complete extinction. Yet, despite all of these considerable associated costs, the completed railroad undeniably helped stitch together the essential fabric of a genuinely modern America. It successfully connected arriving immigrants directly to new economic opportunities, connected growing businesses efficiently to expanding markets, and connected the federal government more effectively to distant territorial regions throughout the country. It successfully transformed an ambitious, still experimental republic into a fully integrated, unified continental nation. The iron rails themselves carried considerably more than simply passengers and cargo from place to place. They effectively carried powerful ambition, significant destruction, genuine hope, and considerable human hubris, all simultaneously bound together. The completed Transcontinental Railroad ultimately represented both a genuine triumph and a genuine tragedy, existing simultaneously side by side. And once those two symbolic locomotives finally touched their cow catchers together within the Utah desert that historic day, the entire country was permanently, irrevocably changed. The nation had been fundamentally transformed, not primarily through war or a contested election, but instead through iron, fire, and the sustained, difficult labor of countless ordinary people whose individual names history rarely bothered to properly record. And so, as your eyes grow heavy, and this long, slow journey through medieval hearts and ancient steps and iron rails begins to fade quietly into the dark, let it settle over you gently, like a worn blanket pulled up against the cold. The chaperones have gone home. The chieftains have ridden on. The last spike has been driven, and the crowds have long since scattered. Only the wind remains, carrying names across centuries, waiting patiently for you to drift off